Welcome to another Valheim video. Today I'm going to be doing a restocking mission for the castle because I've been dying a bunch because I completely ran out of supplies, and there's a couple really basic things from the meadows and from the Black Forest that I can grab that's going to make life a lot easier. But before we get to that, I want to show you what's been going on with the castle here. You see, I've been playing a little bit more off stream and setting things up. So now I have a way to actually get a bubble, right? Yeah. My own soul, too. I died a lot here because this wall got destroyed. And apparently this wall is actually quite important. There's these monsters that go into hunt mode, and then they chase you down. So I went AFK and got spawn camped. It was pretty funny. And then I also got spawn camped not AFK. So I didn't even realize that was a thing. It made me debate whether I want hunt monsters to sort of expire after maybe like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But for now, I'm not worried about that. So we did a little bit more out here to add more castle elements. Same kind of pattern as before, nothing new. But as you can see, we have also cleared out this part. So if you remember before, it was completely confusing and dizzying. Whereas now, I'm trying to make things more like a blank slate. Obviously, it's not totally blank, but that way I can figure out what to actually do next moving forward. And our foreman got killed, so we had to get new ones. I haven't added their surtling cores yet, and that's actually why I need to go out. I need way more surtling cores, because for each conveyor foreman you set up and each control station that you make, you need to get 20 surtling cores to even set it up. And then you use a lot of kilns and other things. So interestingly, it turned surtling cores into fuel to craft things. And I like that. That was what I was going for before. So we can see that we've got some more, the beginning of the spiral elements here. I worked on that before a little bit. And I didn't feel too good about the top of it, so I reduced it a bit. But for now, I'm not going to be working too much on the base. I'm going to be going off in the tune, and we're going to go on a supply run. And specifically, I'm going to get as much sort of food and stuff that I've been missing out on by being in the plains as I can. Because there's a bunch of different communal bases with a bunch of food, so I can stop by a couple of them and grab a couple things, and then we'll put it in the cool fun boat. I'm just trying to remember where the tune is. I think I left it over there, maybe? Ah, there it is. Yeah, it's down there. As I've been playing, you see, I've been setting up the frameworks for things, right? Trying to figure out where the walls will be. And then it's cool, because, like, I don't know how long it'll take me to finish this, but I'm not even that concerned about it, because it's really fun to work on it in kind of chunks. And for me, this is the first base that I've thought of in more modular ways, like thought of like, okay, ooh, I got lucky, it didn't kill me. I've thought of in more modular ways. So like, okay, how can I make a frame that next time I play I can fill with stone? Or how can I get this thing that once I figure this pattern out, I can then use it in multiple different places? Or how can I build this in a way that I can destroy it and get rid of it, and it won't remove the foundation of the other things, right? That's what I mean when I say more modular. Usually I would just kind of build bases. I would think more about the base, whereas now this is more about like the gameplay loop, and this base is a product of that gameplay loop. Which makes it a lot more, I'd say, long-term. But at the same time, I see how maybe that's why some people who play Valheim and they do the more adventuring, combat-focused stuff, and they struggle to play in the long run without building. Oh, nice. I didn't know that hitbox was there. Let's take care of this goblin before I get distracted ranting at you and then get killed here. But in the long run, building or server management or something with other people is really important to enjoy Valheim, like, over the years, let's say. And what I've noticed in a lot of players is that they kind of struggle to get into the building part in the first place. I was actually watching Asmongold's content about Valheim, or things that were related to it, just to see like what does this kind of player do in the game, right? And these are very much linear focused people, right? So they want to look at the progression and go through and get like the best of the best stuff, right? So it's an interesting thing for me to watch because I don't think that way. I don't really like play that way. As you can see, like I mean, I'm trying to make this bronze thing work. I'm still in bronze armor with a bronze sword, right? So it's a learning experience for me. Um, but what I was gathering from watching, I got a lot of interesting lessons, pretty much. So let me not get too tangential though. We need certain kinds of supplies, and for the most part, they're very easy supplies to get. So considering that I've been used to these goblins ganking me all day, I think maybe it'll be alright, but we'll see in a moment. So once I get through this area, it's just Black Forest, and mostly what I need is things to make sausages and Surtling cores. These are the things that I can't like really easily get too much of in the plains. And it's created this interesting dynamic, so I didn't really think about it, but the way the burial chambers are implemented on Path of Magic is one of the best sources of money. So I've found myself to be a bit strapped for cash in the plains, although I have loads of building supplies. Like I've been able to keep working on this castle and then just kill and fight goblins and then go forward that way, right? But this area is so crazy. But I don't have much money or Surtling cores. And it's interesting because back when I was at the Black Forest base, Surtling cores are like very prevalent in the dungeons there. And also you can sell the extra Surtling cores for, it's like 300 coins a stack or something. Which is, it's funny because these are just random numbers for the most part I make up when I'm making the scripts, right? But then as I actually play, they create circumstances that I didn't intend. So that's why playtesting is so valuable, because that's when you get to see the sort of truth of the experience. You get to see what's really going on, and for me it's often quite different. And I find that it's worse for me to go with what I originally intend, and it's better for me to just like make something, play it a bit, and see how it feels, and then go with whatever happens. And a lot of the time, that means going with something completely unintentional that you didn't try and make happen. Maybe you didn't even know was there. I mean, there's been times developing stuff for Path of Magic that I make something in a script, like randomly, and I save it, and then I forget about it, and like nothing happens for a month or two. And then some random new thing happens ages later, and I don't really remember how or what's going on. And it's often just because once you add enough systems, as long as you add the systems in friendly ways, so to speak, meaning like vanilla friendly, then they tend to interact with each other without causing major problems, at least from my perspective. So instead of causing glitches, they often cause like new gameplay mechanics and gameplay loops and all sorts of different things that enable one to have different kinds of experiences in Valheim. So for me, that's been a huge draw, because even though yeah, technically I make the experience, right? I put in the scripts, I make them. Even though I do that, I still get surprised. I still don't know exactly what's gonna happen, and for me that's really satisfying, because the main kind of issue I had with Valheim in the long run was that it got a little bit too... yeah, this is the blocked one. One second. Valheim got a little bit too predictable, and I didn't like that. But it's ironic now that I'm making this kind, but now that there's so many different variants and systems that happen and chances for things to happen, I can't keep track of all of them. I just put them in lists and they occur. And I kind of know what might be possible, but I'm often wrong. And that makes it so fascinating and really fun to develop. Nice. Okay, that's just some debugging stuff. If you are ever playing on Path of Magic, for now at least, you can just do /say and then report, and then it'll write like this little debug note that allows me to fix and find the issue quickly. So if there's something in the game world that's like a problem, or there's a huge mass of monsters or something, these kind of issues can be dealt with by reporting them that way, and then eventually, if you're lucky soon, but sometimes eventually, I'll get around to dealing with it. I think today I'm going to be a little bit brave, because I'm going backwards. I'm somewhere where I've actually already been here, and I know this area. But why not go to a black forest close by, and go to one I don't know as well. Step out of the comfort zone a little bit here. And if I die, that's just a treasure chest for another day. But this is perfect, because really all that I need is mushrooms, thistle, and Cerdolin cores. If I can if I can get those things. I can tell it looks like someone tried to do one of the quests here, because there's a cauldron, stuff for a spice rack, and then that's funny. I just gotta remember my lessons. I always gotta have a bubble. That's like lesson number 1 on Palm. Live and die by the bubble, right? Oh wait, is this one also blocked? Was this the same as earlier? I feel like this is a different one. No, okay, I think it's the same one. I'll just assume it's the same. Maybe there's 2. Yeah, better safe than sorry. I'll make a new report. Ah, yeah, they are a bit different. Nice. So that happened because I like spawned them in weird situations, and then I deleted everything above and didn't deregister it, so that's not like a normal issue people have to deal with. That's just a mistake I made in certain spots. Hey, whoa! Ah, I killed the deer to empower the skeleton. That's funny. Alright, now where is our boat? Down there. So I think I'm gonna go for... I'm trying to remember where the black forest nearby is that I'm not very familiar with. There's some meadows up here, so I guess at first we'll go to these meadows area, maybe? Or maybe I should just sail away off into the distance. I have a vague sense of trust in my ability to not die in this situation, but ultimately that trust can always be misfounded. Unfounded? I don't think misfounded is the word. Hey, Jake. What's up? Yes, it did. Supposedly now, I can stream whenever I want to, in theory. We'll see. This is the first test stream, but I basically got a slower download, or we got a slower download technically, because we used to have 100 megabits. Whoa. But in reality, in business hours, it was like 1. Right? So we got one of those business connections with a different company that's like a direct line. So it's not even that expensive by US standards. It's like 60 bucks compared to 40. So it's not that bad. But it's been great so far. Like every time I test it, it's been the same. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the stream isn't working, but as far as I know, it's working. Everything seems fine, to be honest. and that's been lovely. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what I'm doing now is sort of taking a break. I've been busy getting ganked by goblins and also accumulating wealth to build, not wealth, accumulating building supplies to build things in the castle. And we've got a bunch of stuff, but I've been dying a lot because I completely ran out of food. So I have like 7 sausages and these kind of things. So I'm looking for some more friendly kind of resources in an easier time. But I'm trying to get away from the comfortable areas I'm used to. And that's why we're sailing off into the distance, away from the plains. In theory, away from the plains. I think I can find some less settled black forest over here, if I remember correctly. I know a lot of this area, but this area we're leaving in particular, I know too well. I like getting lost, to be honest. I feel like getting lost is sort of one of the things I enjoy, or at least maybe not getting lost, but thinking you're lost. What's really interesting, actually, I'll talk a bit about running a no map, no portal server and the psychology and seeing how people feel about that and what they talk about. One thing that became apparent very quickly is that if you set a no map, no portal world up and you put a bunch of people in it, they basically get lost in the same places. I don't know how to describe that, but I had no idea that was a thing at all, but I guess it makes sense that people play a game and without realizing it, they actually, even when they try and do the opposite things of one another, they inevitably end up doing things that are the same as one another, and they end up getting lost in the same situation. And the reason that I know that is because people would like talk about being lost in these things, right? And so sometimes we'd go and find them, or I'd go and look, or they'd lose their body and I'd go look for it. And what was really interesting is that it almost always was actually like close by, and they weren't even that far away, but they would feel super, super lost. And basically, depending on where they were in progression, they would get lost in one of like 2 or 3 different places. All right, maybe it was like based on the wind or something. Like if the wind was going north when they left, they would get lost in that way. Or if the wind was going south, they would get lost in that way. But whatever it was, people would get lost in the same ways as each other, which I found to be really fascinating, to be honest. Definitely not something that I anticipated. I sort of had it in my mind that the world was huge and people would all get lost in different situations. But at least when I ran the server in the beginning, back when like it was a bunch of new people joining without much infrastructure, there weren't major paths showing them where to go, they did end up actually getting funneled into a couple predictable spots. I thought that was quite amusing. There were a lot of other lessons I learned over time. Like when we started, I had this concept. This was over a year ago. I had this concept that players needed to build everything themselves, and if I built roads and paths, that I was harming the player experience, that I was taking something away from it. And I get the way of thinking for that now. I see why I felt that way. But in all honesty, it didn't end up being true. And maybe that's because this is a no map, no portal world. So a path that's made by the sort of game manager, so to speak, can do a really good job of funneling players into different situations that might be more or less interesting than what would happen normally, right? Like something I personally love is monster on monster combat. So one lesson I've also learned is to make paths that weave in and out of the biomes between between different borders, or sorry, the different borders of like two different biomes. So let's say you have the Black Forest and the plains, or the meadows and the plains, or the plains and the mistlands. Instead of making a straight geographical or like a path from looking at a map, you can go there and then make the path go along contour and weave in and out of each biome. And this makes a lot of really fascinating monster on monster combat happen because monsters organically spawn up and down the path as players travel down them. That's like part of vanilla Valheim, just it's how Valheim spawns monsters. It's not like a purposeful thing, but it definitely happens. Uh-oh, too late. Oh, it was too late, it was too late. Ah, I died. Yeah, I used the mouse button attack instead of the click, so we just created a treasure chest to acquire another time. But what I'm gonna do is now transition into base building, because there are a bunch of different things in the base, and I already actually got a bunch of goblin loot, and I haven't processed it. So that's what I can work on. Can we just wait a moment here? Yeah. And I learned from Dark Souls that if I just keep trying to get something, I get frustrated and I don't have a good experience. But dying once doesn't actually bother me that much. And I think when I make a game, something I want to consider is this notion that, like, when you die, your stuff goes there, but you can't actually get it straight away. It's like an inversion of the norm. Does that make sense? So, one second, sorry. I always forget to drink my tea when I'm speaking. But in a game like Dark Souls or Valheim, they handled death in a similar fashion with this addition of a loss, right? So then you have to go back to the body or back to your tomb or whatever to get your souls or your equipment. In Valheim, you have to get your equipment back that way. Unless you have the world modifier, in which case it's your equipment and your gear or whatever, right? Whereas in Dark Souls, if you die on the way there, you lose that initial tombstone, right? You can only ever have one tombstone in the world, essentially. So it's more hardcore than Valheim. I wouldn't want to go that direction. Instead, what I would do is make it so that when you die, your body basically turns into a treasure chest that you can't open yet. You can open it in the future so that you know, oh, I can't get that stuff. I have to go do something else for a bit. However, I don't know how to balance that, but I have a feeling that would help people. Because at least I've noticed, like, sometimes when I playtest, I'll try and throw myself down the path of least resistance just over and over and over again. I like to see, like, different ways when people are really stubborn and they just redo things and they don't do things properly and they're more impulsive. How do they behave? How do they do things, right? That's something that I try and pay attention to, because when we develop, we have to keep in mind that a lot of people who play are, like, less patient, right? So if you develop understanding how they go about things and make that experience accommodating, then it makes the game, I think, more enjoyable, personally. Jake says, so when you die, like a loot timer. Yeah, sort of something like that. The thing would be like, okay, Basically, the moment you die, you now have created some negative space. What I mean by that is there is a tombstone that the player wants. You now have a reward, something the player wants, right? So the way the game works currently, and the way a lot of these games work, is they make it, whether on purpose or not, doesn't matter. They make it so that you can keep dying, trying to get your stuff back, right? What I would prefer is that you can try every, I don't know, 20 minutes. Maybe you can try twice to get your stuff back, but then you have to wait or do something else. Because what I've noticed, at least personally for me, is that I have more fun when am in the habit of dying and then making something in the base, and then going off and trying to do something, and then making something in the base. So I want to experiment a bit more with that part of the gameplay loop. And let's see what I can do for now, because I did set a lot of things up here, but I got to a bottleneck because we need the surdling cores so that I can use the conveyors and make sure that they're actually functioning properly and set up right. Because this base is going to have these, well, it already has them. They're these, like, conveyors that I'm going to hide into the castle elements of the base, so that they're not obviously there, but as long as you, like, bring the carts to the right place, then it'll essentially, like, process the material, right? And I just, like, enjoy doing that. I find it really fun. And we also cleared up this place, this spot here. This all used to be very cluttered. And I think for now what I'll do is I can make the stone facade for this part here. Because we have a bunch of stone, and that'll help follow this mentality. If I do something combat related, and then if I die, I go build something for a bit. And I don't have to build a whole bunch of stuff. And we'll see how that goes. I do have to be a bit careful though, because like I mentioned, I'm pretty much out of food here, which is why I originally left, because I realized, wow, okay, these goblins are ganking me. I'm on like one-hit mode. And there are actually holes in this castle's walls over up in the top. But so far, that's only been a problem when I aggroed hunt goblins, because I was fighting goblin camps. And that's a whole other topic. Yeah, it's something that like I both love and hate at the same time, so I'm not really sure what to do about it. But basically, when you're fighting goblins on Path of Magic, if you kill something inside of a goblin camp, there is a chance for something called a goblin avenger, or an avenger, to spawn. And when an avenger spawns, it spawns in hunt mode. So as soon as the player is close enough, it will come to the player no matter where, even if you think that like you haven't aggroed anything, because it doesn't matter. Like if it's in the loaded zone, it doesn't need to hear you or smell you or whatever. It just knows. That's what hunt mode does. So it made these like one-off monsters come into the base, and I had this situation where one goblin was like in the house because he had hunt mode on. And it was really interesting because it was like an assassin. There was no raid, there wasn't a whole bunch of stuff, he wasn't destroying a bunch of other things. I was just in the kitchen cooking, and then suddenly on the second floor of the castle, I just get ganked by a goblin, and I had no idea he was even there. And on one hand, yeah, it was frustrating when they like spawn camped me, basically, right? But on the other hand, that was fucking awesome. I love that moment. And so I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, how do I balance that a bit better? And I think probably it would be like once they kill you once, then they go away or something. Or maybe once they kill you twice. It could be like the Diverger that, like if a player dies near a Diverger on Palm, the Diverger becomes friendly afterwards. It's like, ah, we got our vengeance. That's the idea. So I could use something similar for the hunt monsters, because I love that they come into your base and will find a gap and try and kill you. And you don't necessarily know that one monster's there, especially a small monster like a goblin. But I don't like it when it's 4 locks and doing that. Hello, Kit, by the way. Hello, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I was off doing a supply run, and then I got killed by some wolves in the Black Forest. So I used the wrong attack and got ganked. I failed to live by the bubble, so I died by the bubble. That's really the main takeaway from from Melee here. You know, it's funny because at first, for me at least, the Melee system felt a bit like gimmicky until I actually started playing with it. And then I found it to be quite fun. Like, I like that in Palm, when you find a starred monster, you can use the presence of a weaker monster to make that starred monster fightable. And you can, like, get parries from tower shields and these things. I like that stuff. I think that it has added inherent value that I didn't plan on or didn't anticipate. So it's always nice to find that kind of thing. And without playtesting, that really doesn't happen. So that's why personally, like, yeah, it's been very cool learning about the live streams and how to use them. And I see now that the live streams, like, I used to think of it like making content. And you can do it that way, don't get me wrong. But I'm seeing more now what it does for the channel, so to speak, and the server. And the live streams are like a tool. They're like a part of the Path of Magic experience. And there's one player, actually. There's actually a couple people who've made content. But Jake recently, or has been doing streaming, right? And for me, it's really awesome being able to watch. Like, it's not like I have enough, I don't have enough time to, like, watch everything people do, especially when they're, you know, making multiple hour things. But I'm able to, like, dip in and see what they're doing, and it really, really helps. Like, from a development perspective, I've been totally inspired by Palm, and it's shown me, like, when I make games, I want to only make them in live development. It's so, like, if I had to predict everything, which is what doing it in closed and not live development means. So, like, when you do non-live development, I guess I should define that. It means that you have already kind of figured out all the weights and most of the things and most of the mechanics, and you probably convinced someone to give you money and finance it and that kind of thing, etc., etc. That's how most games are developed. There's a lot of convincing and not very much testing and playing. So what's happened on Palm is that it isn't inherently clear what Palm is. And over time, it changes. It becomes different things, and different mechanics show up and get tested, and different people try different things, right? And that's shown me that world is so beneficial that I never want to do anything different. Like, I always want to be able to develop while people can actually play and get involved with the development. And I see why normally that just doesn't happen, because game developers rarely are like, okay, let's take 5 years and just develop something that's really fun. Let's just do that. Like, You know, like that doesn't happen really. It does occasionally happen by accident, right? And it's more common in the indie scene. For the most part, that's not how things play out. But it should be. Because that's how you make really fascinating things. You really take time and you make it based on people playing it and having the experience, because no matter how talented or not talented the developers or the team or whoever it is are, playtesting is always the king. Always. You're always going to get a better feel for things when you try them and when you listen to people who are playing or are trying them. When you do that, yeah, it's so much better. The experience is just fundamentally better, you know? Hello, Left. Welcome. Left has been playing recently and has been doing a lot of writing on Discord. It's been very cool. I'm always inspired by seeing when other people write a bunch, because I find that I write like too much and I type too much and I drive people crazy. So whenever other people like typing and writing a bunch of stuff, it makes me feel happy. Jake says, I've been scripting an Arma 3 mission for 3 years. The problem is getting my friends together for 4 hours to run it, like a Left 4 Dead D&D mission. Palm always inspires me because you get playtesters. Honestly, yeah, it's true. And that's not a plan. That's not something I didn't like try to get playtesters. And I think that's why Palm works, because it became what it is organically. It started just as a normal Valheim server, rented under a normal circumstance. Like I wanted to play with my friend, and Mistlands had come out, and I like persistent servers. So, like, normally when you play Valheim, you have to, you know, like, invite the other person to your lobby or your world, and then when you get disconnected, they get disconnected, and they can't play when you're not there. And for me, the magic of Valheim comes when I log in and I see that, like, somebody did something. Which is why I love Discord connectors so much, because I get to just look at Discord and see, oh, this person is here in this biome doing that. That person's there in that biome doing that. And it just tells me what people are doing on the server, which helps give me feedback really, really quickly. And especially when that's integrated into new mechanics as well, it's so much faster. And just like you said, like when you have people playing, it really makes the difference, because there's something about seeing other people like try something that it's so valuable, and that's for me the thing that has made developing Palm so meaningful, is because even from a game development perspective, that's the hard thing. Like, getting playtesting of concepts isn't something that people can normally do very quickly. But because of Yair and Irongate and all these other people who helped spread the information, I can find things and learn things that enable me to playtest mechanics that I always wanted to try out in different games, you know? So that's been a very, very inspiring thing for me, for sure. Absolutely. Let's see, for now, I'm happy with that little wall we did. I don't need to do a whole bunch of base building, but what I'll do for now is I'll just manually load some of these up. I don't have enough Surtling cores, so I can't even use the conveyor system at the moment. And what I definitely need is some stamina food. And I think probably I can scrape by with something in here. Oh. You still there? Alright, he's still contained. Okay, okay. And just to finish off the previous subject, the reason that it's so amazing to develop an EWP and have like it doesn't even have to be a really popular server, right? Because realistically, Palm is an active server, but it's not like very popular, if that makes sense. You know, but there's like between 1 and maybe 4 unique players who log on each day. And there's certain times where maybe there's more. I don't remember a day recently where nobody's been on, but for the most part, I like it that way. It keeps it simple, and it makes testing things more manageable, because I don't have a bunch of people saying like, oh, I found this issue, and they're like, there's a lot of issues I'm already aware of that I just haven't like gotten around to yet, right? So I get distracted more when there's a bunch of people playing. So for me personally, the sweet spot is like 1 to 4 active players, but that's just how I like to run this, right? But it's so incredible because like when you develop things yourself, you're limited to what you think. And what I've found is that there's so many more things that are fun than what I can think about. And by playing on Palm and listening to what other people do on Palm and what their experience is, I'm able to see things that like I never would have thought of at all. And people ask things, and without that part of the experience, it's not even just the ideas. The presence of other people fundamentally motivates the whole experience, like gasoline in a car, or like the wood in a fire, because it not only provides this fascinating abundance of ideas and new mechanics and things to try, but it also provides a feeling of reason, of meaning. And I know that seems silly, because it's not like it's some hugely meaningful thing. I mean, it's a video game, right? It is. But at the same time, for me, developing things and then like waking up and people have questions about it, wow, it's like it's something about it. It makes me feel alert and like I want to try things. I want to do things, and that's the magical part. And so I see what Jake's saying, because when you don't have the playtesters, you can't get that the fuel in the engine that makes the thing last in the long run, right? And like for example, when the server, there was a point where the server sort of died. It like, I mean, it's not like people have ever completely stopped playing. There was just periods of time where people stopped logging on, even like Teens and Star and these people, right? And the time where that completely happened was actually after Ashlands came out, when it was originally the path to Ashlands. And ironically, that whole situation led to a vacuum that made me comfortable making the Path of Magic. Because at that point, most of the players who were used to the server before had left naturally. So now it was time for a bunch of new things, you know? So now let me catch up on these comments real quick. And Left, you're completely right about the bees. They are way better off in the fields because they make like infinite farming, basically. Not infinite, but you can make like 6 onions next to a beehive, and it's like a whole field of onions. It's way, 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 way better. I only brought them up here because I was dying so much that I could just keep harvesting them every time I died. And yeah, I was getting more honey. But then I realized it doesn't matter how much honey you have and how much serpent meat you have if you don't have any mushrooms. You know what I mean? Let's see. So let me scroll up a little bit here. So Jake says, where's this plains base? I haven't tuned in since you started the Fibonacci spiral blueprint. Yes, this is the Fibonacci spiral blueprint base. There's a little bit of a remnant of it right there. But aside from that, it ended up being more plainsy castle stuff. So let me pass it to daytime and then I'll show it off a little bit. And anyone's welcome to hang out here, by the way. Like, any base I work on is like completely communal. I'm used to it, so I don't like advertise that all the time. But like, that's why I make bases with multiple places and that kind of thing. And like, I like it when people build things together, but I find that it's actually a very rare situation for people to build things together at the same time, because people typically lack the social skills to work on something together that they can't fully control. So oftentimes that doesn't happen. But I think like my favorite situation is when a player makes something and then another player adds to it, another player adds to it, and you end up with this like Frankenstein base full of all different sorts of influence from all different sorts of players. I find that to be really, really cool. I love it when that happens. But here, there's certain parts that need a lot of work. It actually all started, basically, I made a builder's bunker that spawned these things here. And then it was about this wall. And it's a bit damaged now. But, which shows it's doing something right. And I'm always yammering on about how like walls need to get damaged, otherwise they don't feel real. So I've had that experience. Like, I just had that experience shoved into my face over and over and over again. So I ate my words a lot, and I loved it, to be honest. Now I know where the castle vibe needs to be. But it all started with this, and then we did some little decorating things, you know. Oh, hey. I assumed I didn't have a stone cutter nearby, but after this wall, I was like, oh shit, I feel inspired. And then I wanted to make more of them. So then I was like, alright, where can there be more? And then we set up this tower thing. But the theme here, there's a couple things. One, I want to have dropping metal. So these are all like, that's a conveyor system where the metal falls. Right, so it's falling into the pile in the center of the room. But basically, it's not just that. It's about facades. Because I'm also running a test with this base. This base is centered exactly on the corner of 4 zones. I want to see if that makes a base less laggy. And in addition to that, I'm trying to use facades as often as possible. So instead of making like entire buildings, I just put a couple walls on in front of like some terrain or something, so that it looks like a tower, but it isn't actually a full tower, right? And so that's been the theme of the base, is like find spots where I can put a wall that's curved, or put like a kind of towery rotunda thing, and then just extrapolate that whole pattern across the outside. And then also there's like this system to pull a boat up down there, and then it pulls all the stuff up over here, and this is all stuff I want to do. I just need to get the Surtling core so I can get everything working properly. But at this point, I have a lot of the materials to do all this. Yeah, illusion architecture, exactly. It's in the name of this. I want to learn more about. Basically, when players build in Valheim, they end up growing, and if 2 players start a base close to each other, they will eventually hit a point where the experience gets too laggy because of the base building activity, even if they start spaced out. So what I'm trying to figure out is get a better grasp of how I can better warn the players. So instead of making it like a hard limit or something, I was trying to think of some soft mechanics. For example, it could be that when you're building at first in a new area for the first couple thousand pieces, nothing happens. But then once you get to like, 8,000, 9,000 pieces, you start getting a message saying like, hey, this area is very congested. Be careful, or another player is building nearby. Be careful. Some kind of way to help players become aware. Because I think, like, at this point, I can't do anything about the fact that a big base in Valheim gets laggy in multiplayer. I can't change that. But what I can do is make the game communicate that better to the player. Makes sense? So that's something I'm trying to handle with this base, is seeing like, okay, if I use these kind of techniques where I'm not making things as big as they appear to be, there's a lot of like using an object and like, I mean, I'm kind of eating my own words here though, because at the same time, I'm making walls out of stone that are higher instance counts, right? Because it's not like, I mean, these are like the smaller stone pieces, so using a lot of them uses a lot of instances, and then each wall is like multiple layers, right? So obviously, I'm not only using minimalism, I'm just in some ways integrating minimalism so that I can get away with using more instances in the walls, because personally, I love building with these little bricks. I just like their size. I find it easy to imagine. Oh! I find it easy to imagine how they're gonna go. I honestly had absolutely no idea that Deathsquito was there. If you're wondering why it exploded, Palm, it's like the server's playing you. You're playing on Path of Magic, but at the same time, the server's playing you. And sometimes it'll help you. Sometimes it'll hurt you. Sometimes it'll do something completely neutral. Sometimes it'll do something completely unpredictable. Etc, 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 right? So pretty much, when a Deathsquito attacks, Palm will destroy it half the time. However, you might be killed by the time that happens. So there's a lot of different things that can happen. Palm can destroy the Deathsquito, and it doesn't land the attack. So it just looks like the Deathsquito explodes right in front of you, and nothing happens. That's the best outcome. Palm spared your life. In what you just saw, the Deathsquito got the attack off. It managed to kill me first. And then Palm exploded it, or blew it up. So the better your connection, more likely that that'll save you. But also, you can't rely on it, because it only happens half the time. And that's a whole other subject. I could talk about that actually, because weights are something that are tricky. And I think a lot of people don't use weights in their scripts. So it's probably worth me explaining why I use them. I use them almost religiously. Like, I use them all the time, constantly, in many, many different ways. And I've noticed that when I look at other people's scripts, that's like the main difference, is I tend to use I make scripts that have a couple different things that might happen, and then I don't necessarily know how that'll play out. Whereas other people tend to make scripts where they know it will happen when this happens. And I'm not like saying one is better than the other. It's just I've seen that there's sort of a development style difference there. Whereas I like cram weights in, and weight in scripting terms and EWP just means probability. So like filling this fire, cooking something, right? Every time I cook something, you hear that noise. It makes the cooking noise. Normally, nothing happens, but 1 in every 200 times, or whatever it is, something will happen. That's a weight. That's a chance, or probability, whatever you want to call it. When I say weight, you can think of chance or percentage. Anytime something happens that doesn't usually happen, it's handled by a weight. And Palm is all about weights because I've found that they are like the holy grail of unpredictability. When you make a lot of different weights that play into a situation, players basically assume random things that have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And like the craziest thing you can do to influence player behavior to assume the wrong things about stuff is twofold. You use weights and a delay that is also random. I cannot tell you how many times myself or another has felt like something causes something to happen because it happened at the exact same time, and then that happened twice in a row. And then it makes you feel like, oh, that's why. But it's not. It's actually just some random occurrence that happened to overlap 2 times in the same way. It's so hilarious seeing the kinds of things that people come up with. Like, especially when people first start playing on Palm and they don't necessarily know like how to look things up or what's going on. It's really interesting, like the conclusions they come to about how certain things work. I love reading those because I'm always like, whoa, I never thought about it that way. Like, it's really fun. All right, so let me sip some more tea here. Awesome. Well, I hope the internet thing's been all right. I'm sure that it's not going to be perfect, but basically, I could not stream at this time or during business hours before. So now I have a bit slower internet. It's like capped at like 20 megabits, but it's reliable. And every time I've tested it, it's like been close to that, even in business peak hours. So, in theory, this means that moving forward, I can just stream whenever I want to, and I can be more reliable and accessible with those kind of things. So that is quite exciting, to be honest. And it means I can rework my entire schedule completely around what puts me in the best position. And I'm glad that I'm doing this now because I learned a crap load from the limitations that I had to work under before. Because I learned that like I enjoy waking up early sometimes, but what basically happened is doing it so often led to this accumulation of me being very tired. And then that caused a lot of problems because it totally caught me off guard. I had been used to getting a lot of rest and like working on things when I feel creative and that sort of thing, right? But then I wasn't able to really because I kept waking up so early that I wasn't able to sleep. So then after doing that for a month or so, I started noticing like I'm really struggling to like be as creative and like be as inspired. And at first I thought something else was wrong, but then I realized and I thought about it and I was like, you know, for like a couple of years I was just getting sleep whenever. I didn't even use an alarm clock. And then suddenly I thrust myself into like waking up a couple hours after I would naturally fall asleep. And like obviously there were a lot of consequences from that, but I'm really glad that I did it because it showed me like there's a huge difference between the way I feel if I start streaming when I'm tired and if I start streaming when I have taken care of everything important and I'm well rested. And basically, when I'm tired, the streaming makes me feel exhausted. I, like after an hour or so, I feel like I want to stop. Whereas when I'm well rested, it's the opposite. The streaming is like it starts an engine or something. Something happens and I want to keep going. I want to keep playing, and that has been a big lesson for me in that what's important is not that I like make up some arbitrary schedule and then perfectly stick to it, because that only works once I figure out the perfect schedule that keeps me well rested and feeling at my best. And until I figure that out, I have to just be really flexible and allow things to unfold and figure out what works for me. Another example of that actually is like I didn't realize how much time I spend watering plants and taking care of plants, because it's all come up by habit, if that makes sense. I didn't like think one day, oh, I'm gonna start gardening and taking care of plants. I just love gardening and permaculture and and plants, and that has led me to have a lot of planting to do and gardening, and I've sort of collected plants while I live here in Nicaragua, or since I started living here. I didn't start immediately, but I like studying how different plants grow, especially ones that are like aid other plants or attract a certain kind of bird or a certain kind of bee. I really like birds and bees. There's a lot of stingless bees in Nicaragua, like loads of stingless bees. So I'm like obsessed with them. Don't get me started about that. But I really like nature, and if you've ever done much permaculture work or anything with Jeff Lawton's content on YouTube, oh wow, that stuff is so therapeutic, so therapeutic. For me personally, I kind of, well, no, I neglected myself, straight up neglected myself for a long time. And it wasn't really until I started taking care of hens and plants that I then learned, like, oh, I'm an organism as well. And like, if I can care for these plants and stuff, then it's pretty obvious that the plant does well when it's in a good environment and it has what it needs, and then it does well. It doesn't really matter what individual plant you take. If they have what they need, they do well. And same with the animals, same with the hens. You can take a hen that's in a sick environment and then put it in a healthy environment, and it'll go through a transition phase. And then if it survives that transition phase, it'll become super healthy. But I'm not saying they always do. But basically what I'm getting at is that environment is everything. And for me, taking care of animals and plants helped me understand that I'm just like that. And it doesn't really matter what I think about me or my abilities in these things. I just am a product of the environment that I'm in. So by making things and shaping them into a more encouraging and supportive situation, I then do more as a result. But if I focus on trying to make myself do more, out of what? You know what I mean? Huh. What's up, Hasty? He says, that you, JP, man? Why are you charging me? I see. This is some kind of scam thing. It's funny how many of these there are. You should, is it next going to be a Discord thing? It always ends in a Discord share. Although, you know, who knows? This one wasn't immediate, so maybe you're like an actual person. I'm sorry if you are. That's tragic. You're for real, bro. You're for real. Oh, man. You're for real. I'm charging you interest on your checking account. You ain't no scammer. There's no way I would even have your checking account. You're definitely a scammer. Like, 100%. Like, this is how scammers work. They make it seem like there's a situation that's intense or emotional, so they get you flustered and ruffle your feathers. And then they need you to be in an emotional state so they can then get you to go into reacting and doing something, right? You know what I mean? So, you know, that's just what people do. So I don't know what Hasty be doing. But also, I have no idea why I would even have a... why are you joking about me having your bank account details? You're an idiot. Like, if you're gonna give me shit for that. Like, you should understand, streamers and stuff, anybody who makes any kind of content, even if no one watches it. Like, when people join, there's constant people joining and spamming. So when you behave like a spammer, you're gonna get treated like a spammer, okay? That's just how it is. Like, it doesn't... You can get flustered, you can get me flustered, it's fine. But at the end of the day, that's how it works. This dude live. I do live under a rock, actually. It's better that way. The world's a big place, man, and if you don't have a rock above you, then the sunlight's gonna hit you. All sorts of bad things can happen to you. And that's why in Valheim, you gotta make bases underneath big rocks. You ever try it? It's totally worth it. It's pretty fun, actually. It's like the one way you can make a cave in the game. Now, I'm coming to the realization, actually, that... This is awesome. I got my first actual shit talker. That is awesome. I see why... This is part of gaming culture, right? And I guess I'm wondering... Like, can you tell me about yourself, Hasty? Like, are you willing to? Like, what do you do? Why do you talk the way that you do? How do you feel? You know what I mean? I really will listen. I like understanding these things. Pretty sure it's just a scammer, though. It is funny, though, how... I've noticed one thing about the world, and that's the more people insist on something, the more likely it is that the very thing that they're saying is the opposite of what's actually going on. Like, that seems to be like a foundational situation, really. And people think that's new, but I don't know, it seems like it's been like that for a while, right? We just have new ways to insist these days. Whereas before, there weren't that many ways to insist that things were a certain way and reach out to other people. Now we're a very globally interconnected world, right? For that, I'm really fascinated now because that guy's attitude. That's exactly, I'd say that's how most people deep down feel. I don't know, maybe I'm pessimistic, but this like, it's this attitude of like, fuck you, I'm not responsible for anything. I do whatever I want, say whatever I want. If you give me shit, fuck you. Does that make sense? I think that's a good way to describe it. It's very like, I don't know how to put it. No, don't worry, Jake. Basically, people like that are probably scammers. Or they're some kind of... They say a bunch of bullshit. Maybe, like, they join and say something. Maybe if it's provocative enough, it'll get the comment noticed. Because there's a whole, like, thing of, like, people responding to streams and doing all that kind of stuff, right? But also, people have that attitude, right? And, like, a lot of people, like, they will just outright, like, say nonsense, and then... It's like, what I've learned with people is that the words they're saying have almost nothing to do with what the situation actually is. And even when people intend well, like most people, they just can't really communicate very well. And they're often like suffering deeply, profoundly, let's say. Like me right now. I'm trying to figure out, how do I get across that ocean? Yeah, it could be a joke. You never know, too, because it could also be like, it could just be that they were like an 8-year-old kid, you know? Because like the reality, I know that like YouTube makes it seem otherwise, but like most comments and a lot of things you see, they're written by very young humans. So like they really shouldn't be taken very seriously, right? Like at the end of the day, it's not something to worry about. But I like understanding that, because that exact attitude is the same kind of attitude of toxicity towards Iron Gate in general. What did I just... I was just thinking about that. It's all good. I'm going back to the base, so... I realize I need to actually make a boat. But that exact same attitude is the attitude that talks crap. And so I always wonder about it, because I just naturally, like, I can't help but try and understand. situation. So I like tolerating things to then see. But what I found is that people don't like it. You can try and engage with someone, even if you genuinely want to hear them out. They'll literally just like fight with themselves, say the same things, and then disappear. So like it's like that's what I try and do. They're like I try and get to a point where there's actually a back and forth instead of just a loudspeaker repeating. Does that make sense? But you often find that it is just a loudspeaker repeating, and there it is just maybe a human, maybe an AI, maybe whatever. I don't even know anymore, to be honest. In this era, we can't really. It's like it's like to be honest, you could get a comment, and it could be a lot of things. Let's see, what could it be? It could be a genuine person playing the game. Could also be someone who's never played the game before. Could also be a bot that's some random thing by some foreign government that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Could also be some kind of random other thing that farms social media accounts and makes them make bot accounts to accumulate their rankings so that they like grow them and then they use them for something by selling them to people and all this stuff. Could also just be some kid playing a game who heard their, dad say something or heard someone online say something and now they're saying it and they don't even know what they're saying. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the basic interaction, right? That's honestly, Jake, that's probably a better reason to do it. I was pretty much like, fuck you, you scammer! Which is like, not the best way to do it because it gives altercation. And oftentimes people want altercation. So what Jake just said, which is, lately I just praise people for expressing themselves. I'm jaded and losing faith. They remade Omegle as Omegle, and I hop on there for 15 minutes after work to acquire the state of internet. God, that sounds like it would degrade your state of mind. Honestly, something that helped me a lot was not. I know that this isn't realistic for most people, but maybe like not being near one at home. But I haven't used like a cell phone in a long time. I know that sounds crazy, but for me, I'm a person who I think I'm like a lot of people where I'm distractible. And when I'm around a cell phone and everything a cell phone could do, oh, I find it immensely distracting. So personally, I often found myself like having issues. And then one day I lost my phone and I just never got a new one. Pretty much. And I was able to get around the two-factor thing because my partner has a phone and so it has two SIM card things. So when I need a two-factor, I can use her phone. But if it wasn't for that, I would not be able to do it. That's how integrated phones are in our society. You can't just like not have one. You fundamentally need one to like use services that you like need if you're a citizen of the developed world, so to speak, and then a lot of the rest of the world is going that way, so it's like very much part of the situation, right? So I see that the fate is in store here for a rafting adventure. I know getting on a raft is never a good idea, and the chance of this raft ending up near where I want it to is slim to none. But nonetheless, I can build a raft, and that's what counts. I think there's actually, I could be smarter. I could go use the longship that's over there, but then I would need to go return it and deal with that. So I'll deal with that if my raft story doesn't work. Jake says, it's been about 2 months since someone has chatted. Oh my god, I just blast Reggie now and indulge in my bad habits. Hey, I think that's kind of what happens a lot with streaming, because streaming is just like a lot of other things in life. It's not so much about like what you do so much as your leverage. So when you have other ways to, like, you already have an audience in some way, then people will watch you stream to a point, right? And like that's why like there's a lot of streamers who like are super, famous and earn loads of money. But those people are like 1 in 100,000 or 1 in maybe even 1,000,000 or something. They're really, really rare. And the reality is like live streaming is something that can be useful for people, But if you try and just live stream as the thing that you do, that isn't really viable unless you accumulate some kind of reputation somewhere else. As far as I know, like it's very unusual for somebody to just live stream their way into an audience. You tend to have to make other kinds of content that are more audience forming because live streaming is more audience engaging, if that makes sense. Now, that's just a black and white rule that's not always true because, like, when you live stream, you do attract new people, right? Like, when I live stream, it attracts new people to play on the Path of Magic server. New people try it out because of the live streams. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in general, live streaming caters to serve the audience you already have. So when you focus on live streaming exclusively, it's hard to form an audience. Does that make sense? It's very engaging for the audience that's there, but it's not necessarily easy to grow. The growth online in this very competitive era means doing a lot of different things. And it's often a matter of like, how do you manage to do all those different things that are necessary? How do you manage to delegate or outsource or do something so that you can, you know, not just make the video, but make a video, have it thumbnailed, have all these other things happen, have the situation be, you know, recurring every 2 days, every 3 days, have every, you know, there's like a whole lot of work that goes into it. And it's not like I fully know what I'm doing, but I've noticed that in general that seems to be how the live streaming goes for me. Like it's a lot easier now. I can get like some people to watch and pay attention and find stuff on Palm, right? But 10 years ago, I actually tried to live stream and I did it, I don't know, for like 6 months or something. And then my life changed and I wasn't able to do it in the same way anymore. But basically, I had like 1 or 0 viewers the entire time. And I can see that like the difference is that I spent like a decade making videos and developing like this. It's not like I'm like a popular person, but like there's some people who know about me. And so because of that, when I do a live stream, more people will watch it than when I did it before, even if I do the exact same thing, right? And so that's why like I think it's kind of sad personally, because I see a lot of people in the world who are working all the time because they believe that they have to. And then they start trying to live stream and they take that same exact mentality and just plop live streaming onto it as if they just stream for 8 hours a day, that's going to be their job. And like that's not how people make money. That's not how it works. It ends up just burning people out. But that's so common that it makes this like belief that like you just got to do that until you get noticed. But like I don't know if that actually happens. I think a lot of people just like burn themselves out doing that, thinking that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but they'd probably be better off like making a video or two or some kind of tutorial or a guide or something that gets people like paying attention to them for some reason. You know what I mean? Like that often goes further. And like I've noticed that for this channel in particular, like once I started live streaming, it became harder for me to also make tutorials. And like on one hand, I'm more interactive with the audience now because of the live streaming, but also I'm not making as many tutorials, right? So in that way, it's problematic because what I need is a balance of everything. And that's why I see like the reality with YouTube is it's very much a game of privileges, just like in life. Like it's not like you need a bunch of money, but like you need a lot of time, and not just time, but you need a lot of support and stuff. And like I've met a lot of people and interviewed a bunch of people, and I know some people who are actual YouTubers who do it full time, so to speak, and earn money and all these things. And something I've noticed is that when people do it and it's like a big part of their life and it like is, from my perspective, healthy, um, they have a lot of support. Like genuinely, like there are usually like either married or in a supportive relationship, or if not, they at least have like family members who like truly believe in them and what they do. And like some of the stories I've heard on YouTube, there's this one particular game video essayist I listened to a lot, and he described how like he didn't believe in it, but then his mom was like, the only time I really saw you happy was when you were making those video game essays. Why don't you make more of them? And I remember seeing that, and I like started crying a bit. And I know that sounds a bit silly because I see that like basically in my personal life, I basically had everything except this full support of those that I love, and that led me to leave everything and create a new situation formed where I am supported by who I love. But the process of that unfolding was very intense, incredibly intense. Like, imagine what you would have to go through to be convinced that your life would be better off somewhere else, completely different. Like, that means, like, what about the people you know who maybe depend on you, or friends who, like, will be offended if you do this? And like, I mean, there's friendships I had who took it very personally when I left. There's issues and all sorts of things. Like a lot of things changed in my life. But I see now looking back that like the thing people don't have, we make it seem like it's about the individuals and the differences that way. But that's not even the case. Like it really is just like, you know, hey, see you later, left. Have a good one. Sleep well if it's 1 a.m. or happy afternoon if it's 1 in the afternoon. But yeah, I've just found that that's not always the case, and it's been like basically what you see, and mostly Jake, I'm mentioning this because of things that you've talked about, and like what I've found, I relate to a lot of the things that you discuss, and the way that I look at it is like people and the way we behave, we take things very personally, and we have a habit of making it about us. But we're like those plants and hens that I was talking about earlier. You're only as capable as the situation you're in supports you to be capable. You can't make capable you can't make capability and these things if you're in a circumstance that is otherwise. It's like if you imagine a plant, it makes sense. Like let's take a sunflower, for example. To make sun, or to make the flowers, the plant needs water and a strong sunlight without a lot of wind and without heavy rain. So you can think that it's very simple, that the plant just needs water and sun, and then it works. It's not that simple. If it rains all day and the plant falls over, and that happens enough, it'll die. It is not that simple. Is it just needing rain and sunlight? Yeah, right. I'm like getting lost philosophizing, and then boof, that's skeetoed. But it's the same with us. Like we need to, instead of trying to, we tend to focus on what's wrong with us. We focus on our insecurities, why we feel not good enough, why others have more or are better, or what we don't have. But this is all a complete and absolute waste of time. All that really matters is that you figure out what nourishes you that you can access. And there's always some way to access something that nourishes you. It's just a matter of reaching for it and figuring out what it is. That's the part that people struggle with. So I've found that no matter how much I try, let's say I want to be more diligent or do more of something else or do less of a bad habit or whatever, ultimately, none of it works, because the things happen because I'm reaching for comfort. So I can say I shouldn't do that thing. But ultimately, the only situation that changes my behavior is when I am not uncomfortable anymore. So I no longer reach for the comfort. Does that make sense? And for me personally, that's how things work. At all of my habits and all the way I behave, I've come to understand that it's reaching for comfort. So when I feel uncomfortable, I will reach for something I associate with comfort. That could be making tea, it could be, talking to someone, it could be whatever. There's loads and loads and loads of different things that we do when we feel uncomfortable. It could even just be fidgeting, it could be whatever. Healthy habits, unhealthy habits, all sorts of stuff. But if you try and change yourself, you're never really going to make much progress, or at least in my experience, I never made much progress that way because I am this way. I'm behaving this way. I am sort of like a thing traveling over this environment and doing stuff with it. So if I want to influence my behavior, it's better for me to influence the environment that I'm occurring in. It's better to put something in my situation that makes me do something else. And I work that way. I don't know if that's me or if that's how other people are. But like, if I need to get more work done on the computer, then I can put the computer in a central location where I will see it with the thing I need to work on open, or the laptop, and then I'm more likely to do the work. But if I have the laptop open and Valheim's running or Discord's open, I'm more likely to get distracted. Like, I can will myself to not get distracted, but then I have to be very motivated. So ultimately, at the end of the day, all that matters is the things you put around yourself, right? It's about influencing your behavior through your environment instead of trying to force yourself to be something that you are or are not. And that is something that we very much struggle to do, I would say, for the most part. Like, intensely struggle to do. Like, for me right now, I've been struggling to keep track of what I'm talking about while also getting the supplies for this raft mission. 6 resin and 30 wood, huh? Okay. I got 1 resin. 1 resin. There's more somewhere else. See, I think I'm ready. I've babbled on long enough that I'm ready to go on some absurd mission that's surely to fail. But I found that those missions are actually pretty fun. So I'm just gonna roll with it, and we're gonna see how things go. Feel like I might need those arrows. I just need to make a raft. That's it. Just a little raft. Need some resin. Hey, 2 resin. Only 4 more. I've never wanted to find the materials for a raft so much. Alright, I guess the rest are in the nonsense chest area here. Alright. Hey, more arrows. That's going to be important later. And I think the resin is probably in here. Resin? Resin! Yeah! Awesome. Okay, we're going to make our 1 raft. We need that, and then we just need some wood. There should be some wood here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Okay, we need 30. Boom! Okay. Now, I could probably prepare better, but I'm just not going to. I'm going to go off and run off into the distance after I get a rested buff. That's the one thing I will do. Jake says, I took a MRSA on a goblin highway and... One second. Highway... And we rafter back to... I understood the MRSA on Goblin Highway. After back to start, it was scary. It sounds fun. I was just having trouble understanding the words. Oh, I'm not close enough to the fire. Let's see, is Goblin Highway... Which one is Goblin Highway? Is Goblin Highway... Where is Goblin Highway? Do you mean the portion... Oh, I think I know. I saw that part of your stream. It's in the, You're talking about the part of the path after it crosses over the ocean and passes over your Glyph Island and then ends. And there's Hilder and Halder and like this little wall thing. And then there's like a dirt path with a bunch of goblins. Is that Goblin Path? Oh, I got lucky. Lantern saved me. I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, there's a lot of goblins. I was actually doing goblin camps like the past couple days, and I had a lot of fun with certain mechanics. There was one in particular I like, which is the one that respawns the camp while you're in it. And that happened to me twice in a row, and it completely threw me off guard. And it's awesome because if you respond quickly, you can get away before it becomes problematic, right? But if you don't respond quickly, then suddenly you're surrounded by goblins and they all get aggroed. So basically, when that happens, you gotta run away. And then you get a free goblin camp reset if you handle it effectively, right? Oh, great. Of course I died, like, in the locks spot, right? Horrible spot. Why do I have all... Oh, I ran over all those metals. Okay. That is not something I need right now. That is going to cause me to die later. So let me make sure I actually have... Okay, I have what I need. Okay, good, good. All I really need is the raft and some hope. Pretty sure that's... rafts are fueled by hope, not wind. It's a common misconception, because the other sailboats all work on wind. But the raft itself, it functions differently. It is fueled by 95% hope and only 5% wind. And it's actually quite unique in that way. Also explains its track history with serpents. Alright, so if I remember right, basically I was in this Black Foresty kind of like area over here. And then I crossed over the ocean in a very fast boat, the Toon. And so I'm going to try and get there on a very slow boat, which is basically going to ensure that I end up dying and then go back on another boat at some point. But I'm going to try and make it work. I'm going to do my best, and then we'll find out how it actually goes. I am keeping an eye out for mushrooms, though. Because at the end of this, if I just get some mushrooms and some thistle, hey, that is what I was looking for at the end of the day. I could also use some Surdling cores, which would be great, but I have to find a dungeon that's available. In this area, they need to be fixed, and I haven't done it yet, because I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it. And I'm going to learn my lesson. Alright, the goblins have been teaching me. I went to Goblin Academy, and they taught me that I always have to have the bubble up. That's how Path of Magic works. You have your bubble, you're alright. You lose your bubble, you're dead. Pretty much. So, this area, no. We want to cross... Actually... It was like over there, I remember now. It was like right over here. I want to start from the same kind of place, although I see that that's kind of pointless because I left on a very fast boat and now I'm leaving on a boat that... Yeah, I'll survive if I find a normal serpent because I have arrows. But probably, I don't even know if the wind's going to go the right... I keep calling it a boat. I'm going on a raft. Definitely screwed. I've never once seen a player get on a raft and then things work out well for them. So, let's see if that's right or not. I'm gonna get on a raft and then we'll see. Will this work out well for me or not? First, I need to figure out the general direction that I think I was in. Let's get a little bubble here, just in case. Hi-ya! And even doing that, oh, that's tricky, because... I mean, I know I went towards some land. So maybe if I just go... I kind of see something over there. There's probably some land over there. And at least... Oh, look at that. We actually have some wind at our back. I gotta take this chance. This is my chance. Nice. I feel like it started to play the music, but then... Like, I wasn't moving fast enough, so it stopped or something, but... I don't think that's actually how it works. Oh, yeah, there was that fortress. Okay, I vaguely remember the fortress. So that makes me think that I gotta go to the right a little bit, which works because the wind just so happens to be going in the right direction right now. Which is very, peculiar. You know, a serpent mount script? Oh god. You know, there is something I've been... Hey, be kind, because I know I'm probably about to get killed by serpents. I mean, that seems to be the only way this could go. Or maybe I'm moving so slowly that they won't notice me. I could handle like one or two, but not a bone wall. I'd be in trouble if it's a bone wall. But there's something I want to add to Palm, but I have not figured out a way to do it that's fair. Maybe some of you have some ideas. But basically, you can make flying bone wall serpents, and they're super awesome. Because they fly in the sky, and they rain down explosive terror. It's just amazing. Like, they look so natural in the sky, flying. Like those dragons from, like, Asian mythology. They look more like that, and it looks like it's meant to be. Like, really, it does. It looks super cool. I saw Raka do it, and I'm like, damn, I gotta figure out how I can put flying bone maul in Path of Magic. But I have no idea how to do it, because it's just like, bone maul are already very brutal in Palm. Because people don't expect them. You know, they think that the bone maul are only in the Ashlands. And then they go out sailing, and little do they know that the bone maw are actually in all of the oceans. Sometimes. And sometimes you just get unlucky. And you don't even know it's there, and you just explode. You know, that's what happened to me. And I think this is where... I have to actually fight this one, don't I? Okay, wait, I got this. I got this. I have to actually fight them, because if I don't, basically he's going to destroy this raft before I make it to the island. And that's no good. That's no good at all. Luckily I only aggroed this one. There's another one. Oh, I hit it? That's not good. There's another serpent over there. And it would have actually been kind of bad if I aggroed that one, but probably I'll be alright as long as I don't hit the raft again. I just have to pay attention to make sure I don't drown pretty much. Oh god. Oh, alright, now I'm in trouble. Oh, dang. I assumed I would actually kill the serpent before this moment. And now he's about to eat me. He's definitely about to eat me. Definitely about to eat me. Yep, yeah, he ate me. Oh, surprise, surprise! I got on the raft and died to a serpent. Huh. Well, that's Valheim functioning as it should. Actually, see now though, that's completely doable, to be honest. Like, mostly I just got distracted by talking and I didn't kill the serpent in time. But that would have been fine. I just was like, oh, let's see if this last hit. I'm gonna let the serpent attack this last time, because there's probably enough health on this raft. There was not. And then, of course, how do you damage the serpent once you're in the water with the serpent? I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe someone else does, but I don't know. I don't know the answer. Let's see. Jake says, you have to sail the Drakkar upgraded version into a volcano. Yeah, that one is so on Path of Magic there's these special ships, right? And there's a special raft, a special carve, a special longship, and a special Drakkar. Or Drakkar, or whatever they're called. And the special ships all have different functions. But the one that Jake's talking about is invincible. So there's one that's basically like a fortress. It's the final quest boat. Because I couldn't really think of what to do with it because it's so big. They're like a pain, to be honest. Like, I like that they made a boat. Actually, I think it works very well for the way they implemented it. To be honest, because they made a situation where the longship is still viable, but that special boat is necessary to go to the Ashlands. And it's more accommodating in the Ashlands. But then the Ashlands boat isn't better in the rest of the game. And I think that that is, well, honestly, pretty awesome. I think that that was a great decision on their part. So here I'm going to cognate a little bit. I'm going to try and do the same thing again. Except this time I'm going to be more preventative with my serpent shooting than I was before. Because I definitely could have killed him. I just was not. I have invested so little time into self-preservation while playing Valheim these days that like I find that I'm often talking about something and my brain like just doesn't even like. It's like, oh, that thing's gonna happen and then that's gonna happen and I'm gonna die, and then like I realize what that means like a minute later, and then it happens, right? It's pretty funny. All right. I'll take some of these because they're useful, but at the same time, I don't want to blow the raft up. Oh, no, 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 no. I know what I need. I need some of these. If I just have some frost arrows, everything is going to be fine. I have a little bit of a problem with my wood here. I have very little of it. I think that's okay, though. I can just, like, disassemble a couple workbenches or something. There we go. There's some wood. Got 20. Anything here? Hey, there we go. 40. Now we just need... What's the other thing? Leather scraps, right? Or wait, is it deer hide or is it leather scraps? I think it's leather scraps, right? Yeah, it's still on the menu. Nice. Good reminder there. Hey, 6. Awesome. This is all we need. Alright, and I'm gonna learn my lesson this time, and I'll take some food with me. Ooh, I'm getting smarter every day. There we go. Alright, we're gonna take honey. I like honey. And some of this very heavy serpent meat. And I guess we can cook some eggs. It's funny, I'm getting a lot of eggs just from doing the like empowered goblin chests in the plains. It's funny. Yeah, honey, serpent meat, and eggs on toast. That sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good. Once you get a 1200 deaths, you get flying bone wall. Yeah. Oh, a flying bone wall mount, right? That'd be crazy. That'd be truly crazy, to be honest. Alright. I gotta focus. First off, alright, it turned into nighttime because I left without making it daytime, like a fool. This time, I actually would prefer it if I do get my body back. Not so much my body. I don't really care about the stuff on the body. It's more the boat. Because that's like the only thing I don't like about the quest boats. And it's not so much the quest boats, it's just the implementation of anything powerful, is that because they sail so quickly, it's very easy to explore and then get into a situation and die, and then you're like, oh, now I have to get back there on the very slow boat. But I think it'll be alright. I just have to make sure those serpents, I gotta catch them before they catch me. Shoot them with a frost arrow so it catches them and slows them. And then just, like, kill them. And not mess around. Take no chances. That's what it's called, yeah. We gotta go into take no chances mode if I wanna survive this situation here. So we have our raft. And we have 37 wood, which is 10 more. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. So now I just gotta hope for the best. Hope I don't find a deathsquito. And this time I'm not going to have to jump across this little river in front of a bunch of locks, which is nice. Because there's really no reason to do that. I'm also wondering, like, why have I been eating all sorts of random nonsense when I have... There's like fields of cloudberries right next to me. And I just haven't even been using them. Like, don't even need to make the food. Like, it's funny. I think, I feel like that's probably something that's alienating for certain kinds of players because, like, they must get frustrated seeing the way that I play Valheim because I'm so not optimal. And I've noticed that people at first, they'll be like, oh, he's just ignorant. And then they'll tell me as if that then will make me do the thing properly. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I'm gonna use the spaghetti strategy. The spaghetti strategy is you take a problem and then, no, you take a wool. Yeah, you take a wool and then, oh no. I need to get rid of this axe here. Oh god, these locks are so fast. Why are the locks so fast? I have not figured that out, but it haunts me. Oh, it's a tough locks, that's why. Oh, I'm just gonna run. No, Mr. Locks. No, I have like trauma from the Loxen. I don't want to deal with them. Uh-oh, this doesn't look very Lox safe. Okay. Leave me alone, Mr. Loxen. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Here, chase this. Chase that thing. Whatever that was, you can chase that instead. You don't need to chase me. No, you don't. You can go somewhere else. There's like moments where you're too scared to look behind you. Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna use my classic WoW hunter tactics on you. Just run. Didn't work. I exited the rock at the wrong spot. Ah, yeah, you can't run through the underbrush like I can. Haha! Haha! Oh god. These Loxen just farm me. They're terrifying. Like, really, sometimes I've been like, you know what I want to do? I want to make it so that goblins fight Lox. Like, just because I get angry. I'm tired of being chased by these Lox that are so fast. And I know the exact moment, too. I remember I was looking at a field and I was like, what happens if I make this 1 into a 3? I know what happens now. The Lox become like little, they're on like motorbikes. Little motorbike Lox. Here, Mr. Lox, you can meet this this troll friend over here. Oh. Wait, what? Where'd he go? He's gone. Okay, well, I'm just gonna roll with it. Okay, that works. That works for me. We're good, we got stuff, all right. Now, I need to eat some more honey. You know, that's the thing about honey, you gotta keep eating it when it's your main source of food. I bet there's people who've played all of Valheim just using honey as the food. I've noticed, like, people do all sorts of crazy things to, like, adjust the playthrough experience, right? And looking at some of them, it's like, damn. I feel like I do some niche things. But then I look at the niche things people do when they play Valheim, and I'm like, oh no, I don't do anything niche. I'm like a normal vanilla player. I have no interest in playing hardcore Valheim and trying to... Oh, no! No, okay, mister. You think you're 1 star? You think you're 1 star? 1 star this? Hey! Oof. Oh god, these wolves. those. Every time, I think that's also something that makes playing Palm fun for me in a way that isn't necessarily for others. Is because whenever something happens on Palm, Like that, right? That moment, a wolf came out of the woods. A one like when that's not normal, right? But on Palm it is normal. And every time that happens, I have a flashback to the moment that like I put it in the script. And oftentimes I forgot that I put something in a script. So then I'll have the flashback and then be like, "Oh shit." And then remember what the consequences are basically. Oh, no way. The wind is still favorable. All right. All right. Okay, okay. No more talking about random nonsense. I gotta just keep the frost arrows out. I'm well fed. I gotta scan the horizon for these serpents. And I should be good. I should be good. I'm pretty sure I can survive this time because I was just being careless this time, and I've put all carelessness behind me. I will never be careless again, right? That's the idea. We'll see how that goes. Huh. You know, sailing on the raft's kind of nice. I like how flat it is, and you can just walk around. Like, this is beautiful. There's a serpent, but I don't want to shoot it yet. Because I want to make sure I can actually hit it. I don't have a whole bunch of arrows. And I've noticed in the past that if I shoot them right as they spawn, I often miss. Oh, a scurvy bat? No. Oh, that's more than a scurvy bat. Oh no! This is a bad outcome. This is a really bad outcome. I'm gonna change course a little bit here. And I'm gonna really hope that none of those bone mold projectiles get near me. And I'm gonna have to make another raft. I can feel it in my blood. Oh no. No, 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 come on. No, 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 you don't have to be a bone mold alpha like that. You don't have to do me. You don't have to do me that way, Mr. Alpha. No, my boat. No, no. Oh, and I thought I was safer in the daytime. Oh, you know, sometimes I die and I'm just like, I don't think there's any way I could have handled that. I guess I could have. Nah, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. So now there's a bone maw serpent there. Okay, I know what I have to do now. Now I have to do what I originally said I would do if things didn't work out. Because, you know, getting in a raft one time, alright, that's just normal Viking behavior. Getting in a raft twice, I don't know. Getting in a raft 3 times in a row, I think you really have to be crazy to do something like that. And I'm not quite that crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to borrow a boat that's further down here, a bit off from this area. And then I'll use that boat instead of using a raft. I won't explain that. I'll just let it sink. Hello, sound author. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Alright. So my goal now is, first, I'm gonna get a little rested buff here. It's like the one time it's not raining. It's been raining every time I play on the plains recently. I'm on a corpse run adventure. I sailed off to an island and then I died. And then I did some building. And then I sailed there with a raft, and then I died in a preventable way. And then I sailed there with a raft again, and that time a bone mole got me. And honestly, that was just how it was. It's funny because the game said that it spawned a scurvy bat, which is like a custom palm thing in the ocean. There are these bats, and if you get attacked by it, you throw up your food. That's why they're called scurvy bats. Like, of course, a lovely mechanic that I'm sure you'll be happy to find. And so I saw the server was like, oh, I just spawned a scurvy bat. And I was like, oh shit. And then I looked, and then I saw a serpent. And then I saw a bone maw serpent, and that I had that flashback moment. I was like, oh shit. JP flashes back to the moment he's writing scripts. And then and then he's like, wouldn't it be cool if the serpents could spawn and they were fighting? You know, you could just you'd be sailing and then you see a bone maw serpent and a normal serpent fighting each other just suddenly after a Well, yeah, that was cool. Until the bone maw serpent killed the normal serpent, and my raft still hadn't drifted far enough out of sight yet. But now I got a plan. It may look like I'm just running around aimlessly, but no, that's just the outside veneer of my plan. It's how I make sure that my enemies don't know what I'm doing. All of my enemies. Now, actually what I'm doing is going back to a base. There should be a base over here somewhere. Or close-ish over here. And that will allow me to grab a proper boat instead of a raft. Because I'm crazy enough to keep trying with a raft, but I'm not crazy enough to keep trying when I know there's a bone maw serpent there that's starred that won't despawn in the daytime. I'm not that crazy. Hey, where's the goblin? I heard a goblin. Where is he? I think I can take a hit from that, right? Yeah, okay. I'm used to the starred goblins, so I'm just terrified of starred monsters now, but looks like starred swamp monsters are alright, because I got the fancy bronze gear, you know? This is like higher level stuff here. I gotta, you know, fight some stuff normally so I can restore my confidence a bit. As I was explaining, I'm crazy enough to try and sail in with a raft multiple times with normal serpents around. Because I can shoot them before they get to me. It's theoretically possible. But I'm not crazy enough to try and do the same thing with bone maw serpents around. Because that, oof, don't want to get hit by that. Because it's just, no way, can't do it, nope. Bone maw, they're too much for me. That's where I draw the line. Now, we need to get over there, over yonder. Not too far away, but also not too close. I only have frost arrows, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Whoa, dang. Oh, alright, whatever. We're just gonna run past him. I don't feel like dealing with him right now. Rafts are sadness. Well, you know what? I think you're right in most cases. You know, I got on that raft knowing that I've never seen someone get on a raft and then not die. But also, I haven't seen that many people get on rafts. So I'll have to try it again at some point. Someday I'll get on a raft and get somewhere I need to go without dying. Someday. I don't know when, but it'll happen. Nice. I realize seeing combat on Palm must be confusing for people who don't know about the melee differences, because they'll see me do things that just don't make sense. You know, like, where is the bubble block shield coming from? Why do I heal? Why do I try and take hits from monsters when I'm fighting a group of monsters, etc., etc.? Dang, how much health does this Lox have? Something wrong with him? Something's wrong with this Lox. I don't know about you, but that Lox looks like it has more health than it's supposed to. Oh, now that next hit would kill me. Okay, I'm just gonna run now. Oh! Oh, I tried to jump on him, but he left. Okay. Okay. I'd take the Deathsquito over the Lox any day. Lox are so terrifying. They're too fast. Like, I'm always torn. It's funny playing as, like, the developing person. Well, at least on the server, right? Because, like, when you play things, there's always that part of you that's like, I could change that experience. You know what I mean? Sound author says, yeah, I heard the parry bonus from the protection staff is, oh, I was reading. I looked down at the exact right moment. I heard the buzz. Ah, so you've heard about that. That's cool. Yeah, so that's part of the bubble blocking or the melee blocking system. And I see now, I'm actually going the long way. I should just be smart. And I'll just go back to the path and then go that way. And then I can grab what I just lost on the way. So that'll be fine. Yeah, it's always funny reading the chats when people find the necks for the first time. Because there's these empowered necks that are like stronger than normal. And one of the players, Panand, he was like, why don't you make some kind of surprise? Basically. With the necks, so that when there's a strong player, they disregard the neck, but then they regret it. So we made it so that the empowered necks, if they bite you, you throw up your food. And it's, yeah, whenever people find them, it's funny because you'll see like an empowered neck just spawn near this player, and then the empowered neck just bit this player, and then the player's like, what the fuck? It's like, I love moments like that, to be honest. They really bring me some joy. That's why Discord connector is so awesome. Alright. You know, a bridge to the other side of this little ravine here, that would also be a good idea at some point. Oh, someone's laid an egg. One moment. Right, I have the offending hen. They sing little songs after they lay eggs. You don't want to? Aren't you going to sing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, you can flap your wings. That works. I don't know if you can hear her. She goes, hey, there we go. Yeah, that's all I wanted. One second. You know, hens are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. I will tell you that. I saw something recently that happened, but pretty much we have a cat, right? And the hen saw the cat catch a little bird. And ever since then, they have been very mean to that cat. Like, the little rooster is like, and it literally is as if they feel betrayed or something. I know that it's probably not quite like that, but in their behavior, they definitely noticed, and they were totally fine with the cat before. Like, completely fine. Literally, like, eating kibble with her, next to her, that kind of thing. But then she caught the baby bird. And ever since then, they do not trust her anymore. Like, they just... And so basically, what just happened is I had, or one of the hens was laying an egg in her nest, and then she saw the cat just pass by. You know, the cat was just being the cat and just passing by, not doing anything nefarious. But the hen freaked out because of the cat's recent behavior. Whoa! Oh, that was an empowered Death Skeeto. I see. Okay. Oh, I got a bubble and then I see it dropped a spear and then I lost it. Okay. But yeah, the cat walked by. Hen freaked out, and it goes to show that, like, Animals are a lot smarter than we give them credit for. And for me personally, taking care of the animals has shown me like a lot of what we think about intelligence must be completely wrong. Because I've observed chickens do things that seem quite intelligent. And the size of a chicken's brain is very, very, very tiny. And I've observed them do things that are very similar to the way that people behave. So that was a big learning lesson for me. Learning that, oh, all the things we've heard about animals are oversimplifications made by people studying caged beasts that often aren't even really true. And like, I didn't really understand that until I started taking care of animals, and then I was like, holy crap, you give an animal a good life, but not a spoiled, oh gosh, oh go, okay. Well, I'm really glad that I got this bubble shield earlier. Now, I'm just gonna run. But if you know, how did that outcome? Okay, that outcome worked out. You see why I like monster on monster combat? It's good stuff. But what I've learned is hey, this is what Jake was talking about. It's a MRSA. What I learned is that if you give animals the right environment, they thrive. And I don't mean the perfect, happy environment. Believe it or not, the right kind of trauma and stress is actually necessary for the organism to be happy and function. And I'm not saying it needs to have a tough life. But, like, intelligence itself basically formed to acquire food. So when the organism exists in a way where it doesn't have to use any of its faculties, they tend to self-implode because that circumstance doesn't exist. So, like, reality never prepared for the situation where an organism doesn't need to worry about food and these things. So when we're in those circumstances, we basically shut down and deteriorate. And like, it's not, I don't think it's not like mainstream accepted to think that way. Because we tend to like be so anti-suffering that we don't see any value in being uncomfortable. So like, it's very hard for our culture to imagine that there's actually value that comes from some suffering. Like, and again, I'm not saying, like, oh, you have to suffer, or you have to go through pain and sacrifice. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we tend to be too scared. And because of how scared we are, we end up losing out on understanding the truth of why something is actually happening. Instead, we see our fear. And this seems to unfold over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. So I guess because I'm at this base, I may as well grab some stuff. It's been a while since I came here, and I'm going to be grabbing that boat. Really what I need is ooze and sirloin core, so let's see if there's anything I actually need here. I have a feeling there won't be. But who knows? Oh, freeze glands. Oh, and these. Okay, I'm definitely gonna take the barrel hoops. And we need these. Good stuff, good stuff. I could take some jute as well, actually. I haven't gotten any of that in the other place. Cool. Alright. Yeah, alright. Now, what I mostly came back here for was not actually any of this. No. Oh, I did get that Crom drop before. I've been debating switching to Crom instead of an empowered bronze sword. But I don't know, because at the same time, this empowered sword does as much damage as Crom does. So I need to empower the Crom to make it more worth using. This is just made by someone else. Yeah, this is Anders. On Palm, you kind of have to have the, I don't know what to call it, self-control to like manage your own progression. I know some people don't like that, but it's just kind of how I choose to do it. Instead, oh no, he's gonna get me instead of the. Oh, I should have set the. I literally was just looking at that bed, and I was like, oh, you know, I should set that. And then I was like, no, because then I'm gonna sail the boat away, and then I'm. Classic, classic, classic. Now I'm back here. I guess I should follow the strategy from before. So before I determined that when I die, instead of going back straight away, I need to do one building task in the base. So in this case, I'm just going to pass the time because it's all dark. Yeah. Sound on this as raptors in kitchen scene from Jurassic Park, but with chickens. Yes. You know, chickens, they are a lot like dinosaurs. They really are. Like, in practice, they're more like dinosaurs than you'd expect. Like, I've seen these hens eat mice, anything that moves. Their favorite snacks is anything that moves that's around the size of 1 inch. Because then they can beat it into a pulp and swallow it in one go. And they are, oof, they can be brutal. Like, I've thought a couple times, like, dang, someday in a video game, if I really wanted to screw a player over, I would just make them around 1 inch in size and then put them in an empty room with a chicken. It's horrible, horrible, horrible. That would be a nightmare. Nobody deserves. Nobody. They're quite brutal. Very much like dinosaurs too. They like fight each other for, not fight each other, but they like it seems that whole pecking order thing, you know, people always talk about there being a pecking order. This hen's the dominant hen on the top. She demand. That is mostly true when there's a lot of hens. When you have less hens, there's a sort of pecking order, but it's not as important. And like the more spread out the food is, the less the pecking order shows itself. So if you put all the food in the same place, where just 1 or 2 hens can reach it at a time, you're going to have a super established pecking order. But if you spread the food out so that the hens can just eat and they don't have to fight each other for it, or like scare each other off, then they're more peaceful. And that's another thing that I've learned. Like, a lot of this isn't about, it's not about each individual. It's about the environment and the things that each individual has been exposed to. And those are the things that determine what happens. And for me, having chickens taught me a lot. And it helped me understand, like, how to stop taking life so personally and just look at the environment and then do what I can to make an environment that accommodates whatever it is that I'm trying to accomplish. So right now, I want to do one buildy thing before I go off and try and get where I just was again. And that buildy thing is going to be quite simple. I'm just going to touch up the edges here. Get rid of this little gap. Oh. Yeah, nothing too fancy. And then I guess I'll add the little... I'll try and add the rampart look there, because there's that cage, and that's just like to hold the diverger and keep him safe. Right, because my diverger keep dying, so I put this one up out of the way where monsters theoretically won't get that close to him. But you never know, they're kind of hard to keep safe, to be honest. So what if I do something like this? So I could have 2, and then... No, I know what I'll do. I'll just do 2 in the center. And then each wall will have... That way I don't have to deal with the weird corner things. Let's just get a little platform for me here. Hello, Rosie Girl Gaming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I have been trying to get my body back and dying so many times that I have created new bodies to go get. So I'm taking a break from that to... build this a little bit. Nothing too fancy though. This is like a base I've been doing in spurts because it actually has come out to be a lot fancier than I thought it would be. And I pretty much just go look around, and then I try and find like a site or a view, and then add castle themes elements to it. So like there, for example, there's the wall, but it doesn't have the roof part yet, right? So it doesn't have that castle theme. Whereas here, just trying to do something simple here. And I really like the Growston. On Path of Magic, you get Growston, black marble, and stone from goblin camps. And the reason I did that is because I've noticed that in normal Valheim, by the time you get to the Ashlands, like, you've played so much, and only then can you start trying to build with Growston. Unless you like spawned on your own world or something. That's something different, right? Most players will either do that or something else, right? They're not necessarily going to play vanilla. But my point is that I think it works better when the player is actually introduced to Growston before the Ashlands, because I know that might not make sense like logically, but I find it to be more enjoyable that way, because then you get more practice building with it. And like that's why the goblins in Path of Magic drop all forms of stone, because I wanted to see what it felt like to have access to all these different kinds of stone and to work on them together without having to burn myself out dealing with like getting all the way to the Ashlands and then dealing with that, right? And I think that it works out well. I personally take the attitude of like, bring all of the building stuff from the Ashlands as early into the game as possible. And I haven't seen any dire consequences for that at all. Interesting. So I see now probably I'll add that other layer, because I started trimming that top part up. But for now I'll just leave it like this, so it'll have that different look. Maybe I'll put like some kind of fire in there or something, make it look like it's like a castle lighthouse vibe. I don't know. But I might also just take it back there, because this, I really like the design of the two layers. So like you make one layer of wool and then you add these arches, because like something about the arches makes it feel heavy, and I like that. Like this one to me feels better than this one, because this just looks like some stacked stone. I don't feel like, wow, that seems looming and heavy. Whereas that to me feels looming and heavy. Definitely. Yeah, Jake says, I utilized the floor buy system for my tower. The crypts were more plentiful without the reset. Yeah. Honestly, even if you reset things, so just so players listening know, on Palm, you can respawn dungeons and goblin camps and all these things yourself for 999 coins or 3 gems. But also, everything respawns every twice a week. So dungeons in general respawn, and you can get a lot of building supplies out of dungeons. But what I've found, Jake, is that even if you do use the 999 coins, you still get a lot of money from the burial chambers. And the burial chambers seem to be the best source of money for me personally. I think when you get stronger, maybe it's different. But at least the way that I've been playing, I've just been playing in like some like bronze gear with empowered weapons, right? It's definitely like yeah, the money is a lot easier to get in the burial chambers, specifically because the Surtling cores are sellable, right? So if you just get 10 Surtling cores, that's already 300 coins. So if you have a really big dungeon that has a couple of those treasure rooms in it that you can access, I mean, that's already like a couple thousand coins, even if you pay to reset it, right? Well, what's going on here? How did these guys know I was there from over there? Uh-oh. Chasing bunnies? What is this? My odds are getting worse. Ooh. Didn't like that. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all. No, 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 I don't like this at all. Don't like this at all. Oh no, what do I do? Oh no. Bridge is too far away. Oh, I wish there were more monsters that fought goblins in the plains. Oh, I'm wet, that's why. I was like, why is my stamina restoring so slowly? Oh god. I guess I should just be patient and like run around somewhere I can maybe stay alive. Because if I just stay alive for 30 more seconds, then I'll be able to escape probably. But getting to that point, where's the ranged goblin? Really, oh no, he got me. I'm dead now. Oh no, I was wet. Wait, the wet that was killing me now saved my life? Oh, that's ironic. Thank you, server. I saw the death skeeto and the server saved me. Oh no, there's too many goblins. I don't like this. I don't like this experience. Let me go. Let me go. Oh no. Oh no. Thank you, server. Thank you. Thank you, server. Okay. Okay, I think maybe I can escape now because I'm not wet anymore. And the thing that was screwing me, oh gosh. I've been so lucky. The server has just been saving me from all these mosquitoes. But the thing that's been screwing me was that I got wet and that reduced my stamina rate. Yeah, it's funny how even if you have more stamina, if it doesn't have a fast regen rate, it's like it doesn't matter. Alright, I also got really lucky that there was only one ranged monster in that pack. Oh, cool. Yeah, right? When life gangs up, when life gangs up on you like planes fueling. Yeah. It's like, problems in life are a lot like that too. Right? That's true. Because you think you have one, right? You think you have one problem, and then you start trying to deal with that and not get killed by it. And then before you know it, you don't just have one. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Did I just screw a bunch of people over? Oh no, they can run around here. Well, I guess there's goblins on this path now. But yeah, that's what problems in life are like that. You know, you try and resolve yourself from one problem, but then in doing so, it attracts another problem, which attracts another problem, which attracts another problem. And then before you know it, you have like, you know, 8 different goblins chasing you. Sorry, it was really funny seeing that one goblin he just like ran off the path. Pretty funny. You know, I could almost fight them, but I feel like I've already pressed my luck enough today. I'm just gonna keep running and hope for the best here. Ah, okay, this is a good spot because you can use it to lose the LOS, huh? Oh god, oh god, oh god! Oh, I got so lucky there. I can get this one as long as it's just him. Oh, of course. Well, I think I can do it now. Let's see. Oh, brutal. Oh no, there's another one! Okay, okay, I'm leaving, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Screw this. Screw this, I'm leaving. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. Oof. Oof. Oh god, alright. Well, at least this one's a melee one. And he's an empowered tough goblin, huh? Oh, he must have hunt mode on. That's why he found me. Okay. Well, this is better than being chased earlier. I'm actually very surprised that I survived. I normally do not survive that kind of situation. So. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Before I go on yapping about survival here, let's make this actually work. How do I do this? Okay. I should actually be able to do this. I just have to be careful here. Yeah. So I have weapon. I can stun them in one hit. So as long as I like focus and pay attention, it's okay. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Oh, oh, that was like a second. I attacked a second too late. Yeah, that goblin almost killed me. He should have killed me, to be honest. I just got lucky. Whew, my heart. Oh, I'm not being chased by goblins anymore, thank goodness. Wow, okay. The first thing I do when I get here is setting a spawn. Hey, did somebody set that roof up? I didn't notice that. That's awesome. That looks great. Oh, that's so cool. Someone may have done that a while ago, actually. But I like the way it looks. This was like an incomplete roof for a while. But now that looks solid. Very nifty. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it so much I almost forgot to set my spawn. And now, of course, watch this. I'm going to set the spawn, and then because I did that, it's going to, like, screw me over some other way, right? That would be pretty classic here. Oh, look at that. We got some food. All right. Now I'm all health food. Yeah. That's the way I like to roll. Yeah, yeah, must have. Maybe it was Ping? I think so. Ping was playing on recently, but I think he was in the Ashlands. So I don't know if this was Ping or someone else. But it looks really cool, whoever did it. Because all this used to be like blank, this whole area here. All this is all new, this stuff here. Very cool. This was all empty. And all that it was, there was a list down here, right? Ha. Ah, yes. Huh. I don't know what that means. Well, that's cool. I'm glad someone actually worked on it. That's really awesome. And now, yeah, now it actually looks like, I mean, I can get a rested buff and be sheltered down here. And I was able to stop by and get a bunch of food. That's awesome. I should have come in there first instead of staying out here and dying in the weeds. But, you know, I guess everyone's got to learn a lesson somehow. And if you've never played on Palm, there's a lot of different set bonuses. And one of the things that I'm playtesting on this character is heavy armor, because I personally hate using heavy armor. I love using light armor, daggers, swords, weapons with light armor. I love that. Mobility is everything for me. That's why I often struggle in combat now, because this is all a kind of new experience for me. I'm relearning how to play, and that has been yeah, an experience. But in Path of Magic, all of the heavy armor sets give you a special buff, basically. So in this case, I have bronze armor, right? And that bronze armor gives you carry weight. Same with everything else. Actually, all the heavy armor, they have some custom sets, but it's not the only thing they give you, if that makes sense. Let's see, actually, can I make cause if I could just make a carve, I would do that. I'd rather use a carve that I can destroy or forget about than take this boat. Cause I don't actually know whose boat that is. It's been there for a while. And what I'm gonna do instead is make a carve. And then I should just be able to make some bronze nails and do that. Let's see, where's our bronze nails? Am I blind? Bronze. Ah, there we go. Oh, it wasn't on the list. Okay, I see. Okay, so we need 80 of them. Hey, this should be good. And let's see, can I also make... Now that I'm here... Looks like that workbench is gone. Interesting. But now that I'm here... Ah, okay, I see. I should probably... Yeah, I should make some arrows. Probably some frost arrows or something. Yeah, oh, Fenring armor is great. Exactly. Sound Alter says, so what's Valheim like? Sam Kinison screaming. Yeah, right. I think the best way to summarize Valheim is like to have a player in the meadows sitting and they get a rested buff and then they get out of this like the most shittily built shack you've ever seen in the world and then they get onto a raft and the wind goes against them and then they get killed by a serpent. Like I feel like that's probably Valheim in a nutshell. And like in a completely humorous way. I'm not trying to say that oh that happens and it's horrible. Like I think it's amazing. That in my head that's like the quintessential Valheim experience. How do you pronounce that word? Quintessential? 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 Language is confusing, I swear. I don't even speak that many of them. I don't know how people speak like many languages do it. It's crazy. I struggle enough just with English and Spanish. Okay, so we did that. I got rested buff. That's there. And the reason I went outside was to grab the stuff for the carve. That is right. And we also need a workbench. Let's build our little workbench here. And now... I know it probably would be smarter for me to use this longship. But it seems so much more fun for me to use the carve. Oh, and it's a normal carve, so I don't have to be all worried about it. Yeah, okay, first test. Can I even make it through the river? Because I could either try and go all the way around the plains, or I can just go through the river. The Plains River. Oh, this will be... Oh, lovely. I get a moment of peace here. Haha, yeah. Valheim is frustratingly difficult in all the right ways. Yeah, honestly, I love Valheim. I couldn't be happier with Valheim. I think that for me personally, like, Yer's mods and EWP made me able to do something about everything that bothers me. So now it's impossible for me to really feel that genuinely bothered by something in Valheim. And like, I think a lot of players don't feel that way though. They still feel like frustration towards Iron Gate. Whereas in my head, it's like Iron Gate has given us Valheim, Yer has given us EWP. What else do you need? Like, I don't know. I can change any mechanic on the server I want. It's up to my own and other players' creativity. It's like a whole abstract way of building. Instead of just building buildings, you build mechanics, you alter things, you adjust them, you influence them. You know, you figure out how it feels. And for me, it's a much more intimate experience than just playing Valheim normally. But again, a lot of people don't understand that. They don't like... I guess maybe it's not like that for most people. But like for me, EWP made Valheim like a completely fulfilling long-term experience for me. Whereas like before, I would play Valheim sporadically. Like I would play Valheim in between certain things. I would play for a bit and then stop. I would ultimately lose interest in each session or each playthrough. And I found it to be like it is for a lot of other people, where like you play and maybe you'll play for a season or a couple months or something, or like 2 months or a month or something, and then you stop and you play something else. That's how it used to be for me. But then once I got into running the server perpetually and got into scripting, it just added so much depth. It's like I get bored of something, I can just add a quest. Like everything's in your favor. You get tired of something, just make it harder, add a new mechanic, make it completely different than what you're used to. Like we have all these freedoms now, you know? And it's awesome. It's just been so great. Oh, I became encumbered. Makes sense. Interesting, but because I was already sailing the boat, I can still sail it even though I'm encumbered. Huh. Sound Author says, not gonna lie, I totally rage quit Valheim when I first started playing. Hey, I feel ya. So what do you think it is about games that, why do we get into them? Because have you ever noticed that, like, I'll share an experience I've had, and maybe you've had something similar, but sometimes I'll try and get into a game, and even if it's a good game, I just don't care. Like, I can't bring myself to want to keep playing. Whereas other times, I get into a game, and I just love it. Like, genuinely, I love it. It's really fun. And I think that happens a lot with people, too. Like, they'll try a game once, and they don't care about it at all, or they don't like it. But then they try it again at a different circumstance, or something else. I guess something must be different, because then the next time they try it, they love it, you know? Or I guess it could go the opposite way, and the first time you try it, you really like it. But then you try again later and you don't like it, right? I guess that's how nostalgia-fueled gameplay works. It's rarely as good as one remembers. If nostalgia is the whole thing fueling it, that's inevitable, right? You gotta actually have good gameplay. You can't just cater off of people's feelings for the past. And that's, so with me, this is how it worked with Valheim. I was playing, raiding Classic World of Warcraft. And we were doing like, I think it was like when Blackwing Lair and maybe AQ were out. We were doing like AQ 40 and these things. And then the guild master got a Valheim server and rented one for a bit. And then I saw other people were talking about it and they were like, hey, why don't you try? Just give it a try, join the server, see how it goes. And it did exactly that. And I remember being like, I played Rust. I didn't really care about Rust. There's some games I can play like once or twice. And like, yeah, I could play them. But like, mostly if I'm bored. It's not like I really care that much or I feel like, wow, this is really interesting. Like for me to get really into a game, I have to be tricked by the game. I have to think I know the game, and then the game's like, it puts me in my place. That's what makes me feel like, wow, that's really cool. I thought I knew you, but I was completely wrong about you, and you're actually more interesting than I thought. Like, that's basically how it works for me. And I think something similar happens to most people. For now, we're just gonna try and sail away from this trouble here. And I'm also going to... I'm just gonna toss this black metal. I don't need to be carrying around something that's just gonna screw me over later. Sound Author says, too many games nowadays hold you by the hand. Valheim makes you earn your stripes. No saves coming. Accomplishments feel like accomplishments. Yeah, honestly. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's just that makes Valheim so awesome. Like, so I was trying to put my finger on, like, what makes Valheim good. And I think there's a lot of different things that make Valheim good to different people. So it's not as simple as like, oh, this thing is what makes Valheim great. But I will say that one of the things, especially now, is that they allow you to play Valheim in a lot of different ways and almost encourage you to do so. Because while it's true, I do give a lot of crap to the linear progression feel and all that stuff, and like I do things very differently. I try and avoid linear stuff and things that are finite and expiring, right? At the same time, that does make people do multiple playthroughs instead of one persistent playthrough. So they're encouraged to try things in a different way. And with the addition of the world modifiers in particular, Iron Gate really showed that, like, they don't want you to play Valheim in one specific way. And there's lots of different ways to play Valheim. And in some ways, I think that is the thing that has made Valheim what it is. At least to me, that's the thing that has made Valheim what it is. Because it's allowed us to take control of the things that we don't enjoy as much and instead do things that we do enjoy, right? In this server, for example, it all started with a playthrough with my friend trying no map, no portal. And then we had another playthrough. Oh gosh. We had another playthrough where we tried doing a different kind of situation where we did like maximum raids basically. And it was, oh my gosh, the bone wall's right there. This is a very interesting series of events that's unfolding behind me, and I'm gonna do my best to just stay out of their sight. Huh. But that's the thing that Valheim, wow, look at all these combating enemies. Again, this is why I love Palm. And I don't have to worry about my boat, because I came here in a quest boat, and the quest boats are crazy powerful, and as long as you're not near them, they will destroy like everything that tries to destroy them. So I'm probably fine. I'm gonna take this moment and try and regain my composure here, and hope that these series of enemies will deal with themselves. A beehive. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Wait, is that a deer? Why is that deer swimming in the water? No, that bone maul is gonna come over here now. No, I don't. Yeah, right, exactly. Okay. Hey, be nice to the deer. What did he do to you? The bone maul are pretty brutal. Oh, you heard me. Okay, okay, I'm gonna go. I'd rather be near this abomination than the bone maul. I was trying to remember my train of thought before I was rudely interrupted. Whoa! By these bone maul. Wait, is it one? I'm gonna stay in this ditch. Yeah, you seem like a nice rework brute. You seem very kind. I'm gonna stay over here where it seems reasonably safe. You gotta hide behind the terrain so I don't get ganked by this thing. Alright. Yeah, Jake, like 8 things just happened that caught me off guard all at once. That beehive was one of them, but if I pay too much attention to that beehive, I'm gonna get ganked by this freaking bone maul. I mean, he's not even a normal bone maul, it's a 2-star bone maul alpha, which has the power to blow up the world, apparently. Alright, let's just move on here. Is that how I died? Did the abomination kill me? I don't actually even remember how I originally died here. Like, in all honesty. Oh, the bone maul is trying to kill the ship now. Yeah, see, this is what the ship does. Oh wait, did it capsize? No, something's trying to destroy it. The quest ships defend themselves with incredible precision. Like, I mean, this bone maul may be cool, but nothing can hold its own against a tune. The tune in particular, oof, is brutal. Absolutely brutal. I like how the bone maul, the projectiles, they just go off into the distance and explode, like, randomly. It's like, honestly, they are awesome. I love it. Here you go, Mr. Bone Maul Alpha. Yay! I guess I can loot these things. I feel like we kind of deserved that one. That was eventful, to be honest. It wasn't the bone maul, though. The original thing that killed me, I think, was just my own negligence in the Black Forest. I don't think I died to some actual threat like the bone maul there. It gives me too much credit. Alright, so now I have a new strategy. I want to accumulate a bunch of materials for the other base, because I'm going to be in the plains a lot, and that's not really going to change anytime soon. But before I do that, I should probably make sure that I can actually spawn without redoing everything that I just did here. So let's look around and see what's going on, because there was a lot of crazy nonsense here. There were a couple abominations. Then the bone maul spawned. And now it looks like there's just that troll over there. Now I don't have any elemental arrows for some reason. I suppose they are probably with my body, which is somewhere. They're close by, I just don't remember where. This is wonderful terrain to fight in, by the way. It's like I was able to survive the bone maul because I was able to dip into these like trench things so he couldn't see me. And that was wonderful. Because I've died to the bone maul's explosions a lot before. And sometimes like there'll be an enemy near you, and the bone maul sees that enemy and shoots explosions at it, and then those explosions kill you. So like, you definitely. Also, like, never turn your back to the ocean. Like, playing like this, if I start making noise doing this, eventually something's gonna spawn behind me, and I'll just like, you just explode, and you don't even know that like the bone maw is there. Your introduction to seeing it is you just exploding in fiery death. Like, it's crazy. It's alright though. I got the bubble block. This guy, he's in trouble. Uh-oh. See, this is the situation where Palm's mechanics come in, like knowing how mechanics on Path of Magic work. We have a huge 2-star monster here, and normally that would be a big problem, but because there's a bunch of these other and an abomination. All right, well, the calculus changed mid-sentence there. Sorry. Basically, another abomination. What is going on here? Oh, this must be. Yeah, there was a Grey Dwarf spawner here. That's right. Grey Dwarf spawners are heavy combat areas in Path of Magic, and it looks like it has continued past its. Yeah, they spawn things on a delay, and that's where these abominations are coming from. Also, a mistake. I actually didn't intend for the abominations to be aggressive, but it added an interesting layer, and I personally. I don't like it when enemies don't fight each other. I like the relief that comes from being able to use multiple enemies as a way to handle other enemies. I find it to add a lot of value to the gameplay experience personally. At least I think it does. I'm not saying everyone agrees with me, but... Oof. This 2-star brute can hold his weight. You'd think that they wouldn't fight. You know, the tree stump fights the tree roots. But they fight each other, because the abomination only looks like a tree stump. He's actually an undead. So I guess that means he's some kind of fake tree. Just looks like an abomination. Hey! Wow. It's so quiet. I feel like I've been running away from things this entire time. It's like that moment in life where you realize that you'll never be able to stop people from judging you, and you'll never be able to do much about anything, so you may as well just do what you want to do and have fun. The whole world is my oyster now. What ways will I find to die? Well, for now, what we need is materials. We actually got that was the tombstone I was looking for. We actually got, we got like this whole little island of Black Forest knocked over just by coming here. Very destructive. Wait, eat your food? Why did I do that? That's funny. Oh, that's a good question, Jake. Does silver affect abominations? I don't know. But based on the fact that they are loyal to the undead, maybe it does. Because the Grey Dwarfs definitely don't like the abominations, like that's for sure. No hands, no doubt about that. So here's another thing. I'm going to show you another cool palm mechanic. There are literally hundreds of palm mechanics, so I'll try not to get too into them here. But anytime you want a cargo crate, you can build a special cargo crate that has a lot of health. All you have to do is build 10 of these wooden floors. So you just keep building them up like this, and then boom! Look at that, you get a strong cargo crate, which is a normal cargo crate, except it has a lot of health, so it's not going to get destroyed, although over weeks it would eventually get destroyed, but it's not like one troll is going to be able to destroy it. So most of the time it'll survive, and also it has 16 storage slots. So you can fit these into carves, allowing you to add a lot more storage space to the carve in a way that kind of works. It really depends. Like if you go into the ocean full speed, you're probably going to lose one of these crates. Don't expect it to just work perfectly. But if you don't, if you're patient, you take your time, it can work out very well. So you can just keep doing this. And you can actually fit quite a few of these crates on. And I'm actually going to make 4 of them. Because here we're doing a couple different things. I'm not just retrieving my stuff. I'm actually going to make this like where I hang out for some time. And I'm gonna get a bunch of Black Forest stuff and a bunch of Surtling cores and a bunch of money so that when I go back to the actual base, I can focus on building things, because I often don't have the money to buy the non-stone materials, or I run out of something, and then that causes problems. So this time we're gonna make it differently. I'm gonna take a bunch of the money there. And I'd like to get out of the plains for a little bit as well, and also test some of this dynamic, because, like, I mean, this is beautiful. I was in the plains having a blast, but I needed something. So I went to the Black Forest. That may sound simple, but understanding that very well is important, because it's a big, big, big part of the game. How do you get people going in between biomes? Because that's what makes the game fun, right? Having players feel like, hey, there's something I need from this place, and genuinely to go get there. Like right now, I want to come find Black Forest stuff to fight here. I genuinely want to. I want to raid the dungeons. They're fun. I have stronger weapons. I should be able to do it more easily compared to fighting the goblins. I'm excited about going back into the Black Forest and fighting dungeons there. And that is powerful. That's exactly what we're looking for. And also, you can see at work the regrowth on Path of Magic. Palm has scripts that make vegetation regrow, more like it mimics a regular forest. So instead of regrowing in the exact same spot, every time something is destroyed, there is a chance that it will then 10 minutes later show up in one of 8 different directions away from where it grew. Does that make sense? So, like, because that bone maw destroyed a bunch of this forest, that then regrew it. But these trees that regrew, they're actually in different places than it would normally be. Make sense? So, first things first, I need to take a little bathroom break and then get some water. And then I'm gonna work on building a little spot here just to take a rest. Nothing too fancy. And then I will go and acquire some loot, fill up this tune, and then get it back into the base. And that'll give us some stuff to haul out of the ship, because I want to make the base able to process large amounts of cargo and that kind of stuff, right? So for now, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna actually go right over here. And how much wood do we have? Let's see, we have 10 wood here. And I guess the rest of the wood is, yeah, it's in maybe one of these crates. Oh no, I used a bunch of it, didn't I? Yeah, I'll have to get some more. Did I put it in here? Yeah, here we go. Nice, and I also got the barrel hoops. Nice, we're set. Okay, so just for the sake of myself here, I'm gonna make this little bench. Let's see, I can kind of hide it over here, right? Yeah. Now, did I bring stuff to make? No. I could make builders bunkers. I should do that more and show off that mechanic more, but I don't have the things I need to do it. So for now, I'm just gonna do this normally. Just gonna find a little spot here. Doesn't really matter where this goes, to be honest. Just gonna attract attention. So first, we're gonna put it out in the open, and then I'm gonna just make a little spot up here, just in case some kind of troll or something gets me. I want to make sure my spawn is far away, because I don't want to die again and have to come all the way back here. I've done that like 3 times. That's enough for now. Now I feel properly motivated to not do that anymore. So we're going to go up here, and then it goes like that. And then I guess we'll make it so we have to sort of jump over here. It's very simple. And then I'll make this little spot here. funny. I'm like so compulsed to not make closed walls. So I always make things like open habitually. It's kind of funny. Because I often get into a situation where like I can't make the thing work because of that habit. So I don't know if it's always worth it, but for now, we'll see. I'm not doing anything fancy, so I think I'll probably get away with it. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, here we go. That's all we want. We just want this kind of thing, and then we're just gonna make a little spotsy. One of our hens is Specs, so I call her Specsy Wexy when she's being adorable, which is all the time. All right. Boom, look at that spawn spot. Nice, 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 nice. Now we might even be able to set the fire close enough to be able to sleep there. That would be crazy. All right, and then as soon as I get this set up, I'm gonna take a little break, go to the bathroom, make some tea. I'll probably be AFK for like 10 minutes, maybe less, and then I'll be back. But for now, here we are. We are at our Black Forest base, and I've got lots of great gear, so I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to get things without dying too much. So I understand that sometimes I die constantly, and it's better for that not to occur. All right, everybody, I'll be back soon. One second. Hello! Alright, I'm back. Let's see, I heard some things. Ah, Tony H says, so what is the Path of Magic server and why does it need supplies? Are there no prisons? No workhouses? Are there no auto breeders or I see. That's funny. So it's not so much that the server needs supplies, it's that I'm working on a castle in the plains, playtesting one of the features on Path of Magic, which is where you do like goblin camps or dungeons to get building resources, and then you use those building resources to build stuff. Instead of having to mine stone, you kill goblins or do burial chambers, etc., etc. And basically, I have run out of certain kinds of materials, so I needed to go back into the Black Forest, because on Path of Magic, the Black Forest is actually the place with the... it's the best source of money, and you can then use money to buy other stuff. And it's not technically the best source of money. I wouldn't say there is a clear best source of money. It's more like, for me, on this character, based on where I am, it's the best source of money I have access to. So, I just remembered it's not raining, I can just sit. And so what I'm doing here is I have a boat brought over. We have a little spawn spot here. And I'm gonna gather a bunch of the resources that I can't get at the Plains Castle that I've been working on. And most of these resources are surtling cores, thistle, and mushrooms. Aside from that, money, pretty much. And we're gonna be putting them back over here, etc., into this boat. Oh, and good question. Tony says, can you go mining or lumberjacking the old-fashioned way if you like? Or is it dungeon sourced only? And no, you can do it in many, many different ways. So you can still cut trees like normal. That's fine. There's just other options. One of the philosophies that I try and follow, I don't always follow it perfectly, with the development of Path of Magic, is that there should be multiple different options to do things, so that players of different play styles feel that, like, they're not forced into playing a certain way, right? So what I was showing off earlier was that you can make crates, right? That's how I got these crates here. You just build a bunch of singular wooden panel, you build 10 of them, and then it gets replaced with a crate. Stuff like that is really common on this particular server. So now what I want to do is I'm just going to use this as sort of like a little chest for now. We're going to put all this extra stuff over here, and I'm going to just bring what I need to fight and do these kind of dungeon things. So we certainly need fancier arrows. It's always important to have elemental arrows on palm, otherwise you'll probably regret it. And aside from that, we'll just drop off the rest of this, and that's fine. So now, first things first, I want to find a burial chamber. That's going to be the main goal. But while I'm looking for burial chambers, I really do need a lot of mushrooms, in particular. So it's okay if I run through a bit of meadows while I'm ooh, I saw that. It's okay if I run through a little bit of meadows while I'm looking for these mushrooms. And here I'll show off some of the alterations. In Path of Magic, the elemental arrows are all AoE damaging weapons, right? So here I have fire arrows equipped. There is a troll hanging around somewhere. What on earth? Where'd he go? I swear there he is. So if I shoot him... Ah, here we go. Oh, nope, I missed. Tony says, but, important question. At your Plains Castle, do you get ganked by skeetos while you're just minding your own business doing your crops? Yes. Yes, maybe I in particular get ganked by Deathsquito while I'm ranting about something on stream regularly, you know? Basically, Palm Palm makes that happen. Oh, look at all those boar. Whoa. There's a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna explosive farm them. That's the only way to do it. But Palm makes it makes the Deathsquito disappear half the time. And if you're lucky, they disappear before their attack hits you. So you don't get Deathsquitos as much. You still see Deathsquitos all the time. Don't get me wrong. But you don't have to suffer through dying to them as often. And also, you can make a lantern, and it has a special power that zaps the Deathsquito. 1 second, it looks like the hen has actually laid the egg this time. Earlier it was a false alarm and she needs to be held for a moment. Alright, there we go. All is good, and I definitely hear a bad noise outside. Oh, it's just a troll. Okay. Troll is not so horrible. Whew. Ah, yeah, so Tony says, I had to spawn-proof the entire area outside the west side of my current castle for 200 yards to stop the little bastards from doing that. Yeah, so in general, I try and make it so there's other options so players don't have to spawn block. Because I personally find spawn blocking to be distasteful, just because it turns off things in the game. So I like it more when players have options. So like, in the case of the farms, for example, on Palm, whenever you get a beehive, anything you grow next to the beehive has a chance of giving you like 30 times the crops it would normally give you, like way more. So it means that instead of making a whole entire field and therefore making space things can spawn in, you can just make these little gardens and then they give you pretty much all of the food that you need. Obviously you can still make a field if you're used to that, but a lot of Palm works that way. It's about kind of making it so the player doesn't have to do things that way. And I personally believe that farming in Valheim is really cool, but I don't think it's necessary to force the player to farm as often as is, if that makes sense. But in general, I think Valheim's great. It's important to keep in mind, like, Palm isn't me making, like, oh, what I think is a better Valheim. It's me making a version of Valheim that I like more and I'm inspired to work on. And so certain kinds of players won't enjoy that and certain kinds of players will. It really depends. It's definitely not like normal Valheim, but at the same time, I love Valheim. I have a lot of respect for Iron Gate, and most of the changes that I make, I'm not trying to like make some brand new thing or change lore. I just look at like how things feel and I try and make them more accessible and work on the item situation. Because Valheim is set up to be an expiring world, right? You play it like a board game for a week or two or a month or two. But for a server, it works better if it's a persistent world. So Palm, like, that's why so many things had to change to make it into a persistent world. And I could babble about that forever, so I'll try not to. Let's see, I did get the queen bees earlier. That's awesome. And so I don't want to go too deep in the meadows here, because really what we're looking for is black forest. And I can be in the meadows a little bit. Not too much of a problem. But the black forest is really where we want to be. I'll just take my chance to loot some of this stuff, because I haven't been in the meadows in ages on this character. Ages. There's many things that we try to do in Path of Magic. One of them that you may notice is changes to melee. So, in traditional Valheim, melee becomes quite underpowered compared to other weaponry later on in the game. Particularly magic, but also ranged. Especially once you get things like frost arrows. Frost arrows are, in normal Valheim, they're very, very powerful. Obviously in Palm, they're even stronger because they go from single target to AoE. And they still retain their single target damage, so they're crazy powerful. Same with a lot of things, they're just crazy strong on Path of Magic. And this is something that I've learned basically to go with what things feel fun, even if they don't sound like they make sense. So there's always this beginning part where people play on Palm, where like, if they're very logical, they might they're gonna underestimate mechanics, basically. They're gonna think that things might not make sense, and might not realize that those mechanics are there for a reason. So I'm trying to think of a good example of when that happens, but there's certain things that can be abrasive for people in Path of Magic. Like, I mean, it's no map, no portal, very hard mode, right? So that's what I was trying to kind of get at. Like, depending on how you look at it, it can look very unfair to the player. But then if you actually learn about the mechanics that are available to the player, it helps deal with that crazy, dangerous world. So I personally, from a development perspective, find it a lot more rewarding to develop in a no map, no portal, very hard mode server, because it gives me more wiggle room. When the world is very hard, I can give the players powerful abilities, and it doesn't make the world so easy it becomes boring. But if you play normal Valheim and you add all of the abilities from Palm, it would be incredibly easy. Because normal Valheim's already pretty easy. Like, once you get used to the combat, the monster AI is pretty much like, there's not that many variants on it. So once you realize, oh, they attack and then circle me, and then attack and then circle me, like, boom, you just figured out like most of the logic for most of the enemies in the entire game. So like stuff like that, I try and like make it more complicated on Palm. So in Palm there's different behavior types, right? So like sometimes they'll attack like normal, right? Like this guy, he'll attack normally because he's just a normal troll, nothing fancy. But if he was a tough troll, then he would constantly attack me. He would never like circle me or try and go around me that way. That would never happen. And so there's other kinds of monsters that have like changed behavior. And I found that that really helps to add depth to the systems and make them feel less, less boring, basically. Yeah, as Jake said, I was curious because the normal queen can't even hurt my Palm character. Yeah. Tony says, yeah, fueling's got a lot worse for that way back when. I'm not sure when they made that change. Yeah, I'm not sure either, to be honest. I know when I started playing Valheim, I think that Goblins have been the same, as far as I know, for the entirety that I've played Valheim. Now, they might have been changed and I didn't notice, but the goblin camps, I mean, they were there when I joined. I remember actually finding a goblin camp was that first thing that I found, and then I was like, whoa, goblin? I mean, I remember it was something kind of like this, and the plains was off in the distance. And I made this base without realizing there was a goblin camp over there. And then like this little green dude like came and tried to fight me and killed me. Well, he fought me. He just didn't get much of a fight out of me because he killed me very quickly. But I then became obsessed with goblins and like fought the whole camp and planned out a whole base and got all excited about killing the goblins, and maybe they were gonna respawn, and that way I could like build the base and fight the goblins and build the base, fight the goblins, and little did I know that that was actually impossible, and I would then proceed to kill the last goblin in the base and then feel sad, and without realizing it, that moment, I mean, it's come full circle at this point, because now the goblins are like a constant whatchamacallit, they're constantly like coming back and respawning on Palm. So in Palm it's like totally changed and dynamic, and the goblin raids are like when you try and fight goblins, different things happen, and they can respawn the camp while you're in it, all sorts of different things. Let's see, Tony says no, they were more straightforward initially, like how they're more inclined to circle you. Oh, okay. I think that was probably part of Mistlands then, because when Mistlands came out, the Seekers in the beginning did the same thing, and they altered the logic so that the circling happens more frequently, so that the Seekers are less aggressive. So I would assume it was around the same time as they did that, but it's actually quite simple. It's not a That's one of the things that you can change with EWP. It's basically each monster has a bunch of fields, and each field is like a number. And if there's a number that changes during combat, then EWP doesn't work very well with it. But if there's a number that's like the same throughout the whole fight, like the speed level or the damage level or whatever, these things you can change with EWP. So there's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like these Grey Dwarf, for example, they're called Troll Scouts because they spawn with a troll. So I must have killed the troll that spawned them. But, oh dang, I can run. Oh, I have Wind Run. I was like, why am I running so fast? I love it, but why? It's because the tune, the quest boat, gives you different buffs as like an incentive to use the quest boats over normal boats. So you get different things. Ah, so Tony says it was way before Mistlands. And that would make sense, because like I said, it's just a field. So there's a number, it's like circle, wall, target, threshold, something like that. I don't remember exactly what it's called. There's a bunch of different fields, and you can edit like a couple of them and get a feel for it. So it makes sense that they would have just adjusted it at some point to something that they thought was more preferable. I personally, yeah, I find that game developers often, they like lean on making things too easy too much. And I think I understand now that I've been working on Palm development, I think I understand now why that happens, but first we'll get to Jake's thing. So Jake says, can you add vanity or items to mobs? In the RPG, there were ghosts with weapons and armor, and they were cool. Yeah, you can actually. And one thing I've wanted to do is make doppelgangers. So you can make like a skeleton and then make it copy the armor that the closest player is wearing and wear that. So it looks like the other player. And it's really uncanny. Like, you don't really notice it's a skeleton straight away. It looks like another player. But they're actually NPCs, right? So they freak people out. Like, people don't know what it is, and they often think it's like PvP or something, and they get scared. So I've been meaning to like add that kind of mechanism into the game somehow. I just haven't really put my finger on how to do it exactly. So at this point with Palm, there's so many different things to work on. It's always a matter of like, all right, I can do this, but then what about that? If I do this, then what about that? You know what I mean? Got some treasures here. You can see there's some basic changes to the troll cave, so that instead of just yellow mushrooms, some other things spawn. This one, for example, it's pretty subtle, but it actually has mist inside of it. And there's certain places in Palm where you'll find mist that you're not used to seeing it. And I've actually found that mist can be quite useful as like an occasional thing you come across in dungeons. But in the Mistlands, what I want to set up, I just haven't gotten it working yet, is I want to make a system where the mist moves around in the Mistlands. So that instead of just staying in the same place, it's like the weather changes almost, and it's as if the mist is there for a couple days, and then it's somewhere else. And then it's somewhere else. And then it's somewhere else. Over and over and over and over again, right? I think that'd be really cool. Because then you get the effects of the clear areas, while also having like the mist be there sometimes, but most of the time it's not around. I think the sweet spot would be to remove around 90% of it, and then have the remaining 10% of it move around every couple days. I know how to do it logically, I just haven't figured out a system to handle it yet. So what I'm looking for now, trying to stay in the Black Forest, and what we're looking for are specific situations where brutal, where there is a crypt of some kind. I'm not sure where one is in this area. I don't actually know this area well at all, so it might actually be better for me to sail around a little bit. I just know if I do that, I'm prone to like losing track of the base. Ooh. Lucky day. As you can see, sometimes you get pots and different things. You can break them. There's a lot of custom loot that you can get. It's not, if you've ever used the mod Epic Loot, it's not quite that common, not that extreme. I like the loot on Palm to be more subtle, but there is a lot of it. Is that a tomb? That looks kind of like it could be a tomb. But as I was saying, there is a lot of different loot on Path of Magic. So in general, you can often get things you need by fighting lots of stuff. And you'll be surprised, actually, in every biome, you can even get the progression item for the biome as like an epic rare drop. But you have to, you know, it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance or something, so it doesn't happen very often, right? Thank you. Alright. Oh, Jake, that would be hilarious. What if the ghosts were wearing the armor of the players? Oh. Dude, that's a great idea. Oh, I love it. Yeah, because then instead of using a ghost, I can just take the skeleton and take the player's gear, because it gets the player's name when they die. I wonder if their gear is still available at that point. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, there's so many systems I want to work on that are really exciting, to be honest. Right now, this Wandering Diverger one was big. I really didn't think that would be doable, and it ended up working out a lot better than I thought. There's still a couple little problems to work out, but for the most part, it's an awesome mechanic. Like, I'm really happy with how the Wandering Diverger thing has played out. And it's basically populated the Mistlands with mini quests. And like, that's not what I went out to try and do, but that's what happened, and it's like, it's really awesome. Because in general, like, if things are done procedurally, then they happen even when players like go out and find new areas, right? Hello, Twisted Fire X. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. I'm actually looking for a tomb in Path of Magic, which is this customized public Valheim server. It's vanilla scripted, so you don't need any mods to experience the things that you're seeing. It's this whole new way of doing things that I'll be making more content about, but for now, I'm just doing these live streams and showing the server off. So anyone who plays on the server has the experiences, so they don't need to download any mods, and this means that they don't know all of the different changes. It's basically the difference between modding your own client or modding a server. And then anyone who plays on the server has to deal with the changes you made. That's how this works. Now I'm looking for a burial chamber. Because even though I've been playing in the plains, the Black Forest is actually the best source of money and Surdling cores. And I need money because you can buy building materials with money in Path of Magic. So the general gameplay loop is you do dungeons and you get money and building materials, and then you use the money to buy whatever else you're missing that you want, and then you work on building projects. That's like the gameplay loop. So anytime you get money, you can turn it into building resources, wood, stone, growstone, ashlands, all that stuff. Twisted Fire says, so are all of those buffs vanilla or modded? So that's the thing, it's vanilla. Like, you could join with a completely vanilla character with no mods installed, brand new character, or an old character, whatever, and you would still get these buffs. So it's like, it's not the vanilla you're used to, but it doesn't use new things. So therefore, you don't need a mod for it. The server just kind of is like, oh, you did this, I'm gonna do this thing differently now. And as long as it does something that uses something that was already in the game, you can pretty much do whatever you want in response to a player doing something. So let's say the player runs around and their client spawns a troll. Well, then the server can be like, I see a troll got spawned. I'm gonna give that troll a level upgrade. And then I'm gonna make it so if the troll gets killed, he drops a really cool weapon. Like, that's the kind of stuff you can do. You can do loads of that. Now, this is a cool Black Forest. It's nice, because I haven't actually, on this character, I've pretty much only played in areas that I know very well. Whereas I don't know this area very well. And I don't want to get too lost, because I need to be careful. I'm used to playing near the path, so I don't really have to worry about getting lost. Because when you play near the path, it's not like full no map mode, because the path helps you keep track of where you're going. But when you get away from the path, oof, you have to experience the full no map effect, and it's very easy to get lost. Very, very easy. So I have to remember that, because I'm used to playing near the path, but I'm on like this Black Forest adventure for materials to take back to the Plains Castle. And in doing this, I have gotten rather lost. What's that? I'll find a burial chamber someday. But the thing is now at this point, I'll have to get back to the boat. So, oh, this looks vaguely familiar. I remember seeing the edge of a swamp, actually. So now my goal is to find the boat. I have a feeling it's over there somewhere. Look around here a little bit though. Because if we could even just find a burial chamber, I don't have to go in it now. I just have to locate one. That'll help a lot with this Surdling core situation. And I could also do the sunken crypt, right? But those ones are actually harder. And those are better for other resources, namely iron and tar. And maybe that would be a better source of coins if I was more powerful. But for the moment, I find the burial chambers to be the best source of coins for myself. Hey, what's up? It's the Legend Drift guy. Welcome, welcome. He says, hey JP, cool project. Amazing what you're able to do this way. So many questions. Are there any mods needed at all for a fuller experience here? What about the armor slots? Nothing. So, this... Oh, okay, no, not nothing. This is a client-side quality of life mod I choose to use. So, this is not a POM thing. Like, these armor slots, the quick slots, that's not vanilla. But everything that's happening in the game world is vanilla. And when people join the server, there's not like a mod list that they have to have for the assets to show up and everything. It's all done with vanilla stuff, right? So there are like things that they should download. For example, like better networking and dungeon splitter. These are like different mods that make the experience more reasonable when you're playing around other people. But aside from that, yeah, it's all like script side, and a lot of it like the player won't know about. Like here, for example, I know that I don't have to be so scared of these because I can use bubble blocking. And the way the bubble blocking system works in Palm, as long as you hold your defense, you're just gonna stay alive. Unless you take 2 lethal hits within a short time. So if you try and do this and you're surrounded by like 2-star goblins, you're gonna die. But none of these guys can do a lethal hit on me because I have more health than their maximum hit. So as a result, I can just hold down block and I'll always get a new bubble shield. And this adds like a totally different dynamic to fighting because it allows you to stay alive against groups of enemies more effectively during melee. And traditionally in Valheim, melee is just broken as soon as magic enters the picture and the elemental arrows. It's really hard to keep a melee character performing as well as a ranged character. I know some people love melee, and don't get me wrong, like it's awesome. I just find it better if it's more rewarding and it can like keep you alive and be more defensive. And also at the same time, I try and test different mechanics, and I've found that a world that's a 2-hit kill world for both player and enemy, for me, is more enjoyable than a world that has a lot of health and like some things take a lot of hits. So I personally enjoy the bubble blocking system because it makes melee like a sort of 2-hit kill world. Like you can get an incredibly powerful weapon and kill enemies almost immediately. Like that's why I'm able to be in the Black Forest here totally fine. I mean, I have like a level 24 bronze sword that does 173 slash damage, and like I have enough to, you know, handle the different attacks because they're empowered, right? So like that's why it's easier, and I know the mechanics and all these things. And in general, that's kind of the idea with Palm. It's like I want to find different ways to make a game world with different fundamental mechanics that are less linear and are more focused on allowing players to do things in different ways. And one of the things that's very common in video games is you have like tier 1 weapon, tier 2 weapon, tier 3 weapon, etc., 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 getting stronger and stronger, weaker, whatever, wherever you want to start it, right? For me, that's like problematic basically, because that means that now, like, okay, in Valheim, I love the Abyssal Razor. I really love it. I think it's a really fun weapon, and I like using it a lot. It's one of my favorite weapons in the game. But, like, I can only use it so far, because it's part of a certain place in the linear progression. And I can push it out of that place, and you can, you know, I was surprised how much further you can take that little guy. But inevitably, you know, you get to a point where it's like, all right, trying to use the Abyssal Razor in the Mistlands and the Ashlands. Honestly, in the Mistlands, it's all right. It's all right. But, you know, you eventually do get to a point where it's like, obviously, you want to make a stronger dagger or something, right? So, what I think is better is when the players are allowed to develop preferences to like weapon styles more so than the linear strength of the weapon. Oh wait, tomb guard. Oh, I should have been paying attention. Tomb guard. Those spawn near the tombs, and I'm looking for a tomb. Oh, interesting. What I was explaining is that what I prefer is that players have their different preferences of weapon style, and then by getting a lot of that particular weapon that they really like, they can make it strong enough to hold its own weight deeper into their progression or further than they might normally do it. You know, that's something that I think is important, and I want to enable people to be able to do. All right. Let's see. And Legends Rift again asks, or it says, I see, interesting. I actually saw a bit of your live doing the bubble blocking. So no anti-cheat. Aren't there griefers? Are you hosting this public server? Ah, so this is where EWP comes in. And also, no map, no portal. So like there have been griefers. I've had to ban one person out of 138 unique visitors. I had to ban one, and it was fairly recently actually. And they basically ignored me and didn't do what I said. I gave them a chance, and then so I was like, whatever. Pretty much, I let people do what they want with mods, as long as they're adjusting their own playthrough experience. Like, they're allowed to join on characters that are fully upgraded and already, you know, or they already played on, and just to try and explore the path. I don't think there's anything wrong with that in this case. It's not a world that is like has a certain storyline and a certain way of doing it, if that makes sense. It's still like Valheim in the sense that it's a world that is shaped and built by people who join and go through it. But you're right, there's no traditional anti-cheat stuff. Instead, there's anti-cheat scripts. So like, you do things so that when people do certain things, you can kick them. Or you can, you know, blow them up or kill them or block them from the server or whatever. Yeah, Jake in the bushes says, curse you, Odin. Yeah, a character named Odin was the one person who's gotten banned from Palm. Funnily enough, as well, because Odin in Path of Magic is sort of a troll already, because you haven't seen it too much in this one yet, but basically Odin shows up and watches the player. Like, that's normal in Valheim, right? But what if every time Odin shows up, he gave you a random buff of all of the buffs that are available in the game? Or what if he cursed you and aggroed every single enemy nearby to your location? Well, that's what Odin does here in Path of Magic. Pretty much. So most of the changes I make on Palm, they're like procedural mechanical changes that then change how players play with the game world. That's probably one of the simpler ways I could describe it. So let's see, any cool buildings yet? Oh, there's a bunch of interesting buildings for sure. I mean, to be honest, Palm. Oh, I ate the buke berries. That was stupid. Palm it started as Path to Ashlands, and that was before I added all the scripting and stuff. So players have been playing on and off for a year and like a month or two, a year and 2 months, something like that. So the server itself has been around for quite a while, but that's why I had to like change so many things to make that possible, right? And that's why like there's a year system instead of a day system. And so like when players join, they don't see like, oh, day 14,052 or whatever it is. They just see like, oh, year 45, day 16. Like, they're like, oh, awesome. It's only day 16. When really it's like, yeah, day 15,000, whatever. So it depends where you go, because there's a bunch of crazy buildings that people have built in different eras. Um, some are from, like, back in the beginning, people would build bigger stuff. But then, like, we started learning how bigger things affect other players. Because if you build a base that's, like, too big, if your intention is to actually make it, like, you know, destroy or get get used, you need to make sure that it's usable, right? And it's a few enough amount of instances. So in the beginning when I started the server, I didn't know that, so I didn't communicate that with players who joined on the server. Whereas over time, I learned a lot of lessons about spacing and where to put things and how to keep players from, like, overbuilding into each other's spaces as often. And honestly, I wouldn't say that Palm has... I think there's some other servers that have really figured lag out. Palm isn't really like that. I think Palm is still more close to normal Valheim. At least I assume so, because players play more, like, individually, occasionally playing with each other. It's more like you're playing your own adventure in a world where other people are also having their own adventure. Like, sometimes your adventures overlap, but it's not like you're... I haven't seen that many people who, like, whenever they play, they're always playing with each other. And they only play with each other. Like, I haven't seen that kind of thing happen very much. I could be wrong, you know, maybe that's happening, but for the most part, it seems to be a situation where, like, people play for a bit in one way and do it, and then they talk to others in Discord, but people are, like, for the most part, they're, like, playing at their own pace, doing their own thing. And then they may, like, work on a communal base and tell the others about it, or ask for help if they get stuck or lost or something. Like, I am lost now. I actually know... actually, I probably would get unlost once it's daytime and I can see the other land. Because I'm on an area that I don't know very well, but it's next to... Oh, hey, there we go. You see how in the text it says, server, Odin watches lab rat patiently? So Odin just spawned. So in theory, either nothing will happen, or I'll get some kind of buff. But it looks like he just vanished and nothing happened, so... That's what happens as well. Sometimes he just doesn't do anything. Other times, he gives you a buff. Sometimes he gives you, like, a rested buff. Sometimes he makes you sick and you throw up all of your hard-earned food. It really depends on the day. Alright. I vaguely recall this area. I'm just gonna keep going around the Black Forest, though. It's kind of fun to be back over here, to be honest. It's so much easier than what I've been used to in the plains, just getting ganked constantly. Is that a Chaos Bunny? Look how I keep catching glimpses of that white rabbit, and then it just, like, vanishes before I manage to find it. Oh, it is a Chaos Bunny. Okay. I guess I should be careful with that. Lab rat. Yeah, lab rat's the name for a reason. It was actually, I did most... Oh, I got lucky. I did most of the development early on in Palm. One, before I knew how to script. So, like, I was learning as I was going. And two, I wasn't playing anymore. And it got to a point where I started realizing I was like, I need to actually, like, make a character and play it through. Because I've changed so many things that I've become detached from the experience. I'm too used to the normal Valheim experience. And so that was, like, 3 months ago or so. And then I started this playthrough. And this has been... Labrat is, like, just playtesting stuff, pretty much. So when I'm on this character, I'm, like, immortal in the world, so to speak, doing what normal players would do. And I usually try and go to areas that I'm working on. And it's been really cool, because normally when I play Valheim, I have like a progression and I eventually get through the progression and get bored. But on Labrat, it's not like that. And I'm just like, I mean, I'm in like empowered bronze gear and I'm just having fun and doing stuff. And what I found is because I can just develop things that I'm interested in, right? And then just keep doing that. So I don't need, I just stay interested longer because it makes the development so much more flexible. I can go play Goblin Towers while I'm trying to balance those. And then when I get bored of that, and I want to work on Infested Mines or something, I can go do that. And then when I get bored of something else, I can try that. And if I don't want to playtest, I can develop something. And then, like, other players who are in that area will try it and tell me how it goes. And it's just made this, like, gameplay loop that's been really rewarding and very satisfying, personally. It's funny. I don't know why I had them spawn that way, but it's amusing. Now, I can honestly say I'm genuinely lost. I know where that area is, so I know that mountain. I know, like, where I am in the world, but I don't remember exactly where the boat is. And I still have not found any burial chambers. So it probably would have been smarter to like sail around and look for one or something. Wait, is that? Ah, so close. Almost a burial chamber. Almost. We have gotten lots of thistle though, that's nice. I have a vague feeling that something is this way. But I also have another feeling that could be something else. We'll see. Eventually I'll either get tired of being lost and I'll give up, or I'll find the boat. Or I'll find a burial chamber. Either way would be great. The Legends Rift said, right, figured. I have a few test characters for my RPG, just named Test Snow, followed by number. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, how do you do that with yours? Because honestly, your world's really cool, man. I'd love to, if you want to write a little bit about, like, how do you... What do you do on those test characters? Like, what do you find them useful for? Do you have test characters, right, that you make, that you play, like, with a normal person? So, when you make one, what do you do with it? What kinds of stuff do you find it useful for? So I definitely want to help people like connect more with each other and understand that, like, yeah, Valheim's changed a lot. And like, I mean, even before you could use Valheim like a game engine, right? But these days, now you can use Valheim like, it's so much easier to try things in a short little script on the server that you just like edit a couple lines and text. At least for me, like, that experience has been really interesting. Because I think what happens, at least what I've noticed a lot, is that I'll make a change and then I like tweak something, and I make a change and I tweak something and I make a change. And then, like, after I've been developing for a couple hours, I'll look at the change log and be like, dang, I made 158 changes. That means I refreshed the file during development 158 times in a couple hours. And it's like, I see, that's the magic. Okay, I can put it this way. What I like about EWP is it makes learning so much easier. At least for me, like, EWP is very much something, you don't need to study the whole language to get started, or if you want to call it a language, whatever you want to call it. You can just find one thing you want to change about Valheim, and then, like, make a script that changes it. And you can do that without even fully understanding EWP, right? Like EWP has a couple things that I'm aware of that are super important to understand. But also at the same time, there's a lot of things about EWP that I don't know or I haven't learned to use properly, right? So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I can just share my own personal experiences, what I have already had a revelation about. I cannot tell you what I have yet to have a revelation about. But the big one is pokes. In EWP scripting, there's something called poking, where like you go from one trigger, or a situation happening, and then you target another prefab in the game in response to that. That the link between those two things, the trigger and the outcome, in the scripting is referred to as a poke. And learning to use pokes is like, it's like voodoo magic. Once you figure it out, you're like, holy crap, you can do many, 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 many different things. It is absolutely bonkers. Did I leave that fire earlier as a way to find my way back? I would be shocked if that's the case. But pokes, I would say, like, so if let's say you want to learn more about EWP, but you're not really sure where to start, and like maybe you feel intimidated looking at the whole thing, something like that. Pokes are a fantastic starting spot because they're a little bit, it's not like super simple, but once you learn the format of the pokes in EWP, you can do many, 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 many things with pokes. And you can even like do things in a complicated way that there are simple systems you haven't learned to do. That's how useful pokes are. They can mimic things that other systems can do. I don't know if that makes sense. It's almost like you can use a pencil to make something that looks like it's an ink or a marker by using it a lot and darkening it a lot, right? But at that point, you're kind of not, you're wasting your time with the pencil, right? It's the same kind of thing. Bad metaphor, but basically poking in EWP is so fundamentally useful that you could just learn poking and then develop an entire custom server only using that without knowing much about like fancy mathematics and other custom equations and problems and different ways of handling things inside of EWP. So it's completely possible to get wicked into it without planning on it. And that's, again, something I really, really love. Oh, no way. Did I just, like, actually make it back to where I came from? I did, and I didn't find a single burial chamber. How tragic. I could probably just sail around. I could also just go to one that I know is there, because there is actually one near Jake's base and Jareth's base that works. I just didn't go there. I could also go back to the Black Forest base. Actually, that's probably a good idea. Why don't I do that? Because then I can sail and go on a little sailing adventure in the Toon. That'll be all fun. Maybe I'll get in some nonsense, but at least this time I won't be so haunted by Bone Maw. I'm used to being in the Toon where you can outrun the Bone Maw, but the experience of being in a Toon not near the Bone Maw is completely different. You know, when I left, I had a feeling. I was like, you know what? I have a feeling I should put these cargo crates not in the boat until I actually go. And now I'm seeing why. Now I have to reload all these. That's fine though. So the legend, hey, you responded, awesome. The Legend Drift said, I start from the, let me give some context. So I asked how the Legend Drift tests the custom RPG world that he's made. And if you want to learn more about that, you can check out the interview on the channel. He's got a Discord, and it's really cool. Check it out. And he said that he starts from the top of the game, usually, with a player mod pack, and tries to think like a new character each time, and take notes of anything that comes to mind or he encounters. a control character helped because of like the fresh stats and understanding the gameplay loop, etc. Yeah, I feel you. Honestly, I don't know how people make things without a... I think sometimes there's a lot of like, not so much with server makers, but people in Valheim, more like the players. People tend to like make things, but they don't really think about other people. I don't mean to be mean. I just it happens a lot, to be honest. And like players feel like they're doing good things for people, but they don't actually like stop and ask people what they want. They like make something, but like they don't really think about it. Because if you think about it, oh, maybe you making the thing for them, maybe they like making the thing, so now there's nothing for them to do. You know what I mean? Like it really depends on the person. I'm not saying it's always like that, but in general, people tend to just make stuff because they got an idea or because it's cool, and then they really struggle to polish it after that and like adjust it through playtesting. I'd say that's something that like is less common for people to actually do. They'll like make something then maybe look at it once or twice. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a bit. And then they tend to just roll with it. One second. Yeah, I feel you. That part makes it hard, right? He says that solo deving means being your own tester too, as well as producer, promoter, etc. Honestly, that's why I like... You know, you have much more of a planned thing. Whereas with Palm, it just kind of happened. And what's curious about it is it's shown me this whole different way of developing. Where instead of like working on something for a long time without showing people, people are involved throughout the entire process. And I'm not saying one thing is like better than the other or anything like that. It's just made me think a lot about game development, because I think that's sort of what happens with game development, right? Like people, they get into a situation where like there's only a certain amount of resources available to work on the project. So if you misconstrue those resources or don't predict something, then it means that something else runs out of its resources, right? Or it's not available anymore to work on. And that causes all sorts of other problems. So in many ways, like it makes sense. And that's why I think that I'm very lucky on Palm, because people, it's not like it's a popular server. Like, yeah, like there's like 1 to 4 people who log on each day, pretty much, and it's been like that for ages. And like people come and go, but because I run the YouTube channel, there's more of a trickle of players. And to be honest, I think that's the thing I learned, is like why live streaming is so important. Because without the live stream, it was really hard to keep the right amount of playtesters coming, if that makes sense. Because you can make a YouTube video, but YouTube videos are often very like hit or miss. They either give you like nowhere near as much traffic as you wanted, or like too much traffic. And especially if you start a new server, there's often a lot of momentum in the very beginning, you know? And that makes it so you can get a lot of new players, but sometimes that's not good. You want like a player every couple days. And then some of them stay, others go, and then over time, there's another player a couple days later. And some of them stay, some of them go, and then over time, you have a consistently active community, so to speak, even though certain players are coming and going and not coming back, right? But that's a part that's very, very tricky, and that's why I was saying on Palm, I just got lucky that it came out that way. And it ended up turning into that. Because it wasn't even intentional. Like, honestly, before, normally I would be hesitant to make features change while people are playing on the server. Because I've noticed, basically, that it's one thing to add a new mechanic that changes progression. But if you do that while another person is playing their playthrough, it can be very abrasive for them, for the mechanics of the game world to just change under their feet. Like, and it's important to keep that in mind, and that's something that happens with like live playtesting, right? And that's what also makes the situation with Path of Magic kind of unusual in that way. Is that, like, if it wasn't for the fact that there was one point where the server pretty much died, like, people stopped logging in every day, and like that, I like I said, I don't need it to be popular, but I think there was like a couple days where like 2 or 3 days passed and not a single person logged on, and I was like, huh, interesting. The path to Ashlands died when the Ashlands came out. But what happened is that made me take a hard look at Valheim and what I wanted to do with the world, basically. And if it wasn't for that happening, I probably wouldn't have been as comfortable as I was just changing all of the progression of the game. Because I would have been too concerned about these other players that are still there, and I wanted to make sure that I don't mess up their experience, right? But then, pretty much, people finished. They stopped playing. So I was like, well, if there's any chance at all to, if there's any chance at all for me to start changing all the mechanics and adjusting things, that was it. So, in a way, the death of the Path to Ashlands was the birth of EWP scripting on the server that turned into this, the Path of Magic. Whew. I'd be surprised if I keep all of these crates here. I think I know... I think this is the little swamp near the Black Forest. Hey, Pan, welcome, welcome. Pan says, had issue with changes while playtesting. Oh, yeah, there goes all of the crates. Nice, 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 nice. That was to be expected, to be honest. I like how perfectly they all fell out of the boat there. That was hilarious. All right, now let me make sure that I keep the right things here, because there's only certain things I actually need. I ended up not needing most of this stuff. And the moment I saw it raining, I was like, oh shit, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I mostly need thistle. Bees are important. First I'm gonna grab like the most important stuff, and then the rest of the stuff I will just kind of leave to the wayside a bit. But now I'll read the comment. Pan said, I had issue with changes while playtesting, but got used to it. Then started a new character to do pure melee up until Ashlands. Melee here is fun. Getting more powerful results and inviting more mobs to fights is so good. Yeah, honestly, I've enjoyed the melee a lot, Pan. I didn't think I'd be able to, but the bubble blocking, I made some little tweaks once I started playing, mostly to try and make it more reliable, but then I learned like what was actually happening, and I had left another situation open, which made it so that the bubble block could like occur without occurring. And once I got rid of that issue, then it sort of resolved itself pretty much. Let's see, yeah, Jake, I lost my cargo thing. You know, there's probably a way to like push the cargo crate back in the tune and get it just right, but I'm not going to worry about that. For now, I'm just going to take the things that I actually need. Don't really need that much, really. I like that gemstone. I guess I could take the bone more meat. Why not? And do we have the other bone more teeth? Ah, yeah, that's something I should have. That's probably... okay, I know what to do. There we go. Now I'm just going to leave these. I'm pushing my luck, to be honest. There's probably going to be something that shows up here in a moment, and then I'm going to regret swimming out here in the ocean. Also, so basically what happens with the cargo crates is that pretty much as soon as it starts thundering, then the waves get high enough that it's much easier to lose them. So if you avoid getting into a thunderstorm, you can move them that way. But what happened here, obviously, I didn't successfully avoid it and ended up in this situation. But I actually don't care about a lot of this stuff because I can get it pretty easily right now. What I'm worried about is my weight here, which is all this stuff. Han said, grays over rubies? Well, it's because I've been in the plains. So I like have been in situations where I don't have resin or great ore 5s. And that was the original intent of getting out here now. But then I got lost looking for a burial chamber. Didn't end up finding anything. Died a bunch of times. But did get some mushrooms. And some bone meal teeth. So, I guess that is that. And now I know where we are. Now this is back to the actual, like, main continent. So, I recognize this even though it's foggy. Pan also recognizes this spot. This is quite a common, it's like one of the first sunken crypts that players can access on the starting continent. And so now I can just sail through here, and I'm gonna go back to the Black Forest base. And that's probably the smartest way, because then I can just do the burial chamber that I already know is there, and if I die, I won't have to be in some ridiculous circumstance far away from everything. So we'll just head over there. And I also haven't even been empowering stuff that much, Pan. I would, if I was doing more empowering right now, I probably would care more about rubies. But for now, I haven't been. I've been like working on this Plains Castle build and been having a blast, to be honest. It's been like a lot more fun than I expected, so I've been like I can just build for a little bit, do goblins, do something else, build for a little bit, do goblins, do something else. And then I'm like, damn, I don't even feel bored. Like, just go do something else when I'm bored. And then I get interested in, like, either fighting goblins or adding some more castle elements. I guess eventually I'll finish up most of that castle. And then it'll be time for something else. But for now, I've been having a blast. And on this base in particular, I want to do things more thoroughly. So I'm taking my time and building everything so that, like, it looks like an actual base, like a grand place, instead of a place like in the swamp. I basically started building in the swamp, but then I forgot about the reality of building in the swamp and how it's just gray all the time, and I got bored of it. To be honest, I got bored of it. So I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling as inspired, and like, I like the sunken crypts. They're cool, but they're also dark. Like, the swamp's dark, and I don't know, like, no matter how cool they are, whatever we put in them, I can't change the fact that they're just really fucking dark. So, does it make sense? Is it surprising that I feel very drawn to the plains, the most well-lit biome? I don't know, but I have a feeling it might have something to do with that. Pan asked a good question. Where am I sailing to? I am sailing to the quarry base, which is up the coast over here eventually. Pretty much, I need to get Surtling cores, because I keep running out of them. Oh yeah, so yeah, so the Legends Rift asked, is the boat speed modified? Oh, this boat speed is very modified. It's not just like a little bit modified. It's super modified. It's faster than anything in the game, well, in vanilla. But right now, it's like, basically the wind is so strong with this boat that to use its speed, you kind of have to go the direction that the wind is going. So like, if I go this way, then it works, right? But it goes so fast that you can like tip the boat really easily, and you are completely right that is why the cargo crates fell out. And yeah, you are absolutely right. I wish, Pan, I wish it was as simple as there's just a speed value of the boat. But unfortunately, there's like 3 or 4, maybe even more different values that all affect how different circumstances in the boat are handled. So, so there's like the force, the global force, then there's like the wind turn speed one, and then there's like the wind force multiplier one, and there's the one that's for if you're going backwards, or the one that's for if you have your sails up, and a whole bunch of craziness. I'm lucky right now. It looks like this fort has been cleared, but sometimes they have Valkyrie. And so, like, even though this is a crazy, normal serpent. Okay, even though this is a crazy fast boat, it doesn't really matter right now because I don't have any wind, and the wind is so powerful that if you take the wind on the side, yeah, it literally like turns the boat, right? But you do get a little boost of speed there. So I'm gonna just try and get away from this serpent. Even though when you're in the quest boat, there's not any. You don't need to fear the serpents really, because the boat has loads of health. So pretty much, I only have my own capsizing self and my corporeal body to fear. I'm pretty sure the serpent can bite the character in the right circumstance, so I should be careful. But even then, I've got a decent amount of food. I'm probably fine. Ah, Pan says, same with jump. There's jump power and jump height. Yeah, exactly. It's like you influence the variables where the output is the boat speed, right? But the things that you influence are, you know, like all sorts of different stuff. And there's one that's really funny with the boats. It turns out that boats in Valheim are actually flammable. The only reason they're not flammable is because they're underwater. So there is a variable in the boat's speed that makes it so that the boat floats up above the water a bit more, thus also making it faster. But if you do this by accident without knowing, you also make it so that if your boat catches fire, it will be exponentially damaged. So even if you have a boat with, whoa, is that kind of, what is going on here? This is confusing my brain. Even if you have a boat that has like 100,000 health, if that boat catches fire, it would take exponential damage and end up getting destroyed in a similar amount of time. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the boats became flammable because I made them faster. And it took me a while to figure out, like, how did that even happen? Like, why are the boats suddenly flammable? Like, you know what I mean? Let's see. Can you abuse max speed and safe flip? Probably, if you're trying to sail the boat, safe flip, probably. 1 second. If you're trying to sail the boat, then probably this flip thing won't help because it actually replaces the boat, basically. So that won't, like, it'll lose its momentum. Here, I'm almost back to the Black Forest base here. Alright, 1 second. There is a little bit of drama going on. I'm gonna hope for the best and go address that real quick. I'll be right back. Yep, just hens being hens. I don't know if you ever played the game Telephone, but roosters basically do the same thing. Rooster are very, very attentive to hens, so hens make a lot of different noises. And if a hen makes a particular noise near a rooster, the rooster will freak out. Or at least this one does. He's very handsome, and he takes care of the ladies, even though he's very tiny. But he's very cute. Ah, see you, the Legend Drift. I'm glad that you stepped by. That's awesome. Haha, Nebaduki, welcome. Empower Rogue, what? Yeah, honestly, there's probably a lot of stuff like that that will confuse you in Path of Magic. Basically, Palm has a lot of Diverger all over the place. I think the Diverger in Valheim are really cool. So, I don't know what's going on with those trees. Those trees are a problem right there. I'm gonna ignore that for now. But basically, the idea is, how do we put the Diverger in the world in a way where the player has incentives and reason to interact with the Diverger? And, oh, Odin. Odin's being feisty. He shrouded me. Yeah, and other mechanics. There's a constant barrage of mechanics. It's hard to explain everything. But pretty much with the Diverger, they're really awesome, and I think they look great, and they have cool houses. But it's like, okay, what can we do with them? Well, normal Valheim, it's like a blank canvas, right? So in Path of Magic, they're traders. So when you have items that are sellable in this custom system, which is like most items in the game, you can sell them for coins to a Diverger. And then you can use those coins to buy building supplies and different things. So basically what ends up happening is that any coin source in the game becomes a source of building supplies. And Pan, I'm not sailing back where I was going. I'm sailing to the quarry base, which is in the Black Forest, very close to the beginning center. It's actually like one of the first areas players pass on the path. So it's like right ahead, right there. Just can't see it, but I swear there's a base there. I swear there is. But I can see why you're confused, because I am very much going the opposite way of where I was before. The Plains base is the opposite direction. And so when you play on Palm, you'll notice Diverger in a lot of different situations. So there's both Diverger out in the wild that like make you offers for different things, and then there's also special Diverger that you spawn inside of your own base, and these Diverger have different features. Like there's the Diverger blacksmith, which makes empowered armor, right? And that's how I have these. These were made with the Diverger blacksmith, which is one of those Diverger that stays in the base. Oh, Pan, it's the... I don't know what to call this base. It's the one you were at the other day that I told you that Star and Teens and I all worked on. I like started the frame with that like spiral, not spiral, but it's like a hallway that twists and bends a little bit. And then Star furnished it and made all these beautiful designs and everything. Yeah, I love this dock, to be honest. It's so you just jump on, jump off. It's so easy. I'm gonna learn my lesson though, and I'm going to actually claim a bed. This is a communal base, by the way. Anyone who finds this, you're welcome to use anything you see in here. Pretty much, if there's a bunch of beds, it's communal. Like, that's the easiest way to think about it. So, let's see. I want to see if we got some food here. Hey, we got some basic food. Nice. Now, what can we make? Let's see. Oh, yeah, there's still a decent... Oh, there's loads of onions here. Okay, great. Yeah, so I should make, like, a care package for the other base after I do some fighting in this place. Ah, yeah, Pan. This is the quarry, or Lab Rat's base. It's just confusing for me to call it Lab Rat's base because I think of where I've been playing in the Plains as the Lab Rat's base. Oh, Oh, someone built him a little roof. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh no, they built stuff here. I love seeing those little changes. So funny. You wanna go? You wanna go, Mr. Dwarf? Let's go. Thank you. Alright, awesome. So I rested here. I got the stuff over there. That's good. So I think it is time to get some Surtling cores. Because that's really all I need. The main thing I needed is Surtling cores. And the reason for that is that, well, I mean, I completely ran out of Surtling cores in the other base. And it's in the plains, so it was hard for me to find more. We can just keep going over here. Yeah, of course. Every time, the diverter are always dead when I come back. Now, in theory, this should be a lot easier than before because I'm now better geared than I was. It doesn't look like it, but this level 24 sword is nothing to shake a skeleton at. I think last time I was here, I had like level 6 bronze axe or something. It's definitely easier to fight when the monsters don't all one-hit kill you. Like fighting a bunch of goblins, like starred goblins especially. And those goblin brutes. Oh man. I definitely noticed it's a lot easier to fight when there's not a bunch of goblin brute in the pack. Alright, let's see how this goes then. So, I guess, realistically, I need 20 Surtling cores in order to do the one part that I definitely need, the 2 conveyor foremans. Each conveyor foreman control station, or each conveyor belt control station costs 20 Surtling core. So, that means I need a bunch of Surtling core. Should be fine though. So there's a bunch of stuff in these dungeons. Let's see, let's get it started here. We're gonna get it started with, I guess, a super cart. So, you can buy carts in Path of Magic, different sizes, with coins. So I just spent 405 coins in order to get a super cart. And this is mostly just so I don't go insane trying to loot the wide variety of materials that are inevitably going to come out of this crypt here. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure I have some food there. That should be good for now. Alright. Yeah, exactly. The lab rat has arrived. Creatures prepare. Although don't tell them that I didn't bring any silver arrows, so... Silver arrows make the whole situation much more manageable. With the— oh no, no! Oof. Huh. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. You didn't see that. But silver arrows in Path of Magic are like, they're like nukes. They just destroy the room of its undead contents. Like no questions asked. Just eradicate everything. They're very, very powerful. Ooh. I'm liking this. I'm liking all these Surtling cores. Definitely liking that. And with any heavy armor set, you can equip or unequip anything while you have the heavy armor set equipped. And that's going to give you the troll buff, which will give you an extra carry weight. So if you have the belt and heavy armor, you'll have 700 pounds of carry weight. So I find that to be way more fun than trying to loot. Yeah, trying to loot these dungeons with all this extra stuff added to them. Normally, it's kind of grueling, to be honest. One of the other players had a great idea that each dungeon could actually just have like a procedurally generated chest, like right at the front. So then players can just fill that chest up and we can make it like part of the experience. Because right now you can do this with the cart, but you still have to know that it's possible to do it with the cart, right? And so a lot of players might not know about that. So that's why like having a chest would make it like definite. Oh, we're gonna go back here a little bit. Too many mobs there. Probably a spawner of some kind. Oh, there's a twitcher. I didn't even see him. Brutal. The Twitchers are like glass cannons, so they barely have any health. But if you hit them, if you don't have a bubble, they can kill you in one hit. They do a lot of damage. These elites are also really powerful as well. So it's easy to underestimate them. I've died a couple times to like a 2-star Drover elite or a 2-star Wraith that I think is not going to be a problem, and then quickly reminds me that it is going to be a problem. Wow, we've been getting really lucky on these ancient pot drops, though, I gotta say. Holy moly. Here we are. Yeah, Pan, that's a good point. So technically you don't need to get the crypt, right? Because you're spending money to get a cart. But for me, like, I often favor the fun experience over the best possible outcome. I find that going for the best possible outcome makes me miserable personally. But to each their own. So for me, I do the cart thing because, like, I know I get less coins, but, like, I don't like going back and forth and dealing with that. So I find it, like, worth it, basically. That's what's funny about that kind of logic, because, like, if you think about it, if you want to save as much money and make as much money as possible, then, like, you should, you know, bus to work or something. But then you have to spend more time. But then you save more money. So, like, whenever one balances these forces, I guess that's what makes it fun, right? Because each person has different amounts of available time and different amounts of available money. So the thing that they perceive as the best is gonna differ based on their unique circumstances, right? And that produces a lot of people saying that one thing is better one way, and another thing is better another way, etc., etc. Oof. Nice. Well, we've already gotten a good amount of cores here. And the main thing I'm after is the cores, to be honest. It's like really what I'm going for. Let's see. Well, I mean, no, it's still sort of like min-maxing. What do you mean? If you're, if you find it more immersive to throw things on the floor instead of summon a cart, I personally find that to be very inefficient, because then you have a pile of stuff on the floor and it doesn't combine into different stacks. You know what I mean? But, you know, everybody does things differently. I do a lot of things very inefficiently. In fact, I often do things definitively inefficiently. Let's see, Jake says, just swing a greatsword in heavy armor. You'll feel strong enough to hold more. I could hear you saying that in your streaming voice. That's funny. I see what you mean though, Pan. I misunderstood you. I misunderstood you. Because you're saying you just dump all the stuff at the front. So then you don't have to even make a container of any kind. That makes sense. Yeah, you have to, I guess, yeah, then you have to deal with the other things too, because all those items will then be not pick-upable. Whoa, a scrap pile. That's the first time I've seen that. That's funny. I completely disregarded it because I thought I was in a burial or a sunken crypt, and I was like, that's totally normal. That's funny. But then, like, when we toss items on the floor, right? Like, then when we walk over them, nothing's gonna happen. And also, like, I can toss, for example, I can toss Surtling cores on the ground, right? But it's not going to combine them all together, you know what I mean? And I feel you, man. It's definitely, personally, like, item UI stuff, that's something that Palm, like, hasn't made better. Like, definitely. Well, you often have a cluttered inventory with a bunch of different things in it. And, like, I just kind of, like, I tried to address that at first. But it's pretty hard to work with, to be honest. It's kind of like you have to do so many things to make that not occur anymore. Uh-oh, he's gonna get me. Oh, he almost got me. Yeah, Navi says this chamber is full of stuff. And that's it. In general, on Palm, the dungeons are bigger on Path of Magic. And also, they respawn as you're doing them. So, like, I don't mean the dungeon itself resets. I mean that, like, every time you kill a spawner, there's a chance that it'll come back in, like, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, however. So, like, for example, I already came down here, right? And then I destroyed the spawner up there. And then also this spawner. But now there's another one back here. And that's just a way that Palm like tries to make the dungeons more unpredictable, but also you get more stuff the more monsters you kill, generally. Not as much in the burial chambers, but definitely in the sunken crypts, because the bone fragments themselves, the monsters drop, get converted by the dungeon itself, basically. And the main thing we're looking for, yeah, here we want thistle, mushrooms, and surtling cores, pretty much. Then, oh, those frost sacks, those are nice too. This is all good stuff. This is what we're low on. So right now, I have the minimum that I need to do the work that I want to do back at the Plains Castle. But could still use some more cores, so maybe we'll get like 20 more. We'll see how the cookie crumbles. There's another interesting... Wait, what? Did they just like turn around on me? What was that about? Uh-oh. Ooh, brutal. Oh, they're gonna get me. They're gonna get me! I lost my bubble. Yeah, the burning's gonna get me. Oh, no, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm alright. I see. Oh, you're the reason I was burning. Alright. Well, there my surtling cores are. Ha! Awesome. Okay. Well, that worked far better than I ever thought it would. Brutal. Uh-oh. Oh, too many mobs. I keep getting, like, cocky, and I'm like, oh, I'm having fun. It's gonna be great. Pan says, I played No Man's Sky, and it has 3 to 4 more resource types and worse inventory management. I think I've seen the UI for No Man's Sky. It's like this big, and there's multiple tabs, right? I remember, actually, that's one of those games where I was just like, damn. I've actually never played No Man's Sky. I was over open worlds by the time that game came out. And I just personally, I've played a lot of games, and I don't think that an open world alone is enough to make a game interesting, if that makes sense. But No Man's Sky, I've heard it's actually pretty good now. Like, it's not as problematic. 'Cause when it first came out, it was very empty feeling. But I think now they've actually added a lot of stuff to it, and it's a pretty good game. At least that's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But for me personally, like, especially now that I do this stuff with scripting in Valheim, I see that, like, I mean, this is like my end game. I love this. It's amazing. I love playing Valheim and, like, being able to change things as I go and, like, run a server and make content about it. It's incredibly fulfilling and rewarding for me personally. So it's, like, hard, genuinely hard for me to imagine doing anything else. Just because I don't feel like I'd be that motivated compared to, like, when I can make content about things and also it be about, like, game design, and that's, like, what I really want to do, so we'll see. We'll see. Sound Author says they enjoyed No Man's Sky. Wow, that's awesome. Planet Generator. Yeah, I mean, isn't it... So, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't No Man's Sky, like, essentially infinite? Like, it's not actually infinite, but it's got so much to it that like your human body will fail before you run out of things to explore in No Man's Sky. I mean, if I remember right, that was one of its selling points. I used to think that that was a new thing, but then I started playing a lot of older games, right? And I wonder what would be cool, actually, if someone finds out how big is No Man's Sky compared to Daggerfall. Because Daggerfall is one of the biggest worlds that's ever been created, but it was, I mean, procedurally generated, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. You know, it's not like they custom scripted the whole world or something. But it is kind of interesting that, like, the Elder Scrolls games have actually toned down their open world nature ever since the second Elder Scroll game, which is, like, yeah, I love, recently I've learned a lot more about the history of Fallout and the history of Elder Scrolls, and it's very interesting, because I didn't realize that both of those games are situations where, like, Bethesda took a game that already existed and then used that and extrapolated it out, but they didn't actually make either of them in the first place. And I didn't understand that, really. Or at least, I don't know exactly how Arena started. Maybe it's a different circumstance. But when it comes to, like, even if you take an Elder Scrolls game now, and you just look at what monsters were available in Daggerfall, and what monsters are available in Elder Scrolls, what, like, a lot of the books and things, they're literally, like, the same. Like, it's the same stuff. And for me, that was kind of shocking. I thought this was, like, a 3D world that they took the game world and added a lot to it. But, like, a lot of the times they didn't. Like, even in Fallout, like, almost all the monsters and everything in Fallout 3 is just something that already existed in Fallout 1 and 2. Like, they didn't add new things to it. They just made it 3D and made it a shooter, basically, and they just copy-pasted everything else. And so now, I get what people are saying when they say that Bethesda, like, isn't very original. I used to think that that was kind of just people hating. But now I see, like, no, I think that's a reasonable thing to say about Bethesda. Especially if you look at a title like Fallout. And I'm not saying it didn't work, don't get me wrong. A lot of people know about Fallout because of things like Fallout 3, etc. That's what, you know, reached people and made it more mainstream. Oh, this is beautiful. I love it. What a quaint little spot here. It looks so nice. Wow, I did not even see this earlier, but I love it. I don't know who did this. It's beautiful. Very cool. I love the little cart. I'm like geeking out about this cart right now. I need to fill it with stuff again. Hey, there was even some Surdling cores in it. I think probably we got enough Surdling cores already, to be honest. I don't really need that many. I just need a couple. Okay, I gotta fight these monsters. That's right. Learn my lesson from last time. Hello, Hilly. Welcome. Oh, as soon as I saw he was 2 stars, I was like, oh shit. Now he's empowered. Yeah, when monsters on Palm kill you, they level up. They get healed. So you can like almost kill something, get it to like 1% health or whatever, and then it levels off of killing you and then fully heals. It's pretty funny. Welcome, Hilly. The castle is doing great. I'm getting supplies for it, actually. And the main thing we needed was Surdling cores. So I went off on an adventure to find a whole bunch of stuff and ended up getting lost and not getting anything that I needed. Except for some thistle. And then I ended up back over here. And now we're doing these burial chambers. And I got most of what I needed already. So now it's just a matter of getting things back over here. Oh, I lost my gear. Gotta go heal this too. I like this addition. Someone added that little gazebo there. Or gazebo? What are they called? Gazebos. Gazebo? Gazebo. I don't know. Whatever it is, I think it's a gazebo. I think it looks nice. But the castle's going well, definitely. Although I'd been dying a bunch because I basically ran out of food. So that was problematic. Alright, mister. Gotta use the goblin thrust on him. Oh no, there's one behind me. I didn't see him. Goblin thrust! Uh-oh. He has the high ground. This guy's huge. Yeah, when I was off in the plains, I learned the power of the goblin thrust attack. So apparently you can start your secondary attack while you're in the air moving from a jump. So you can bait an enemy to attack you. Better if you're on the high ground a bit here. Let's do it like here. You can jump and then do that and then land the hit. And then it basically allows you to move most of the time. So you can like dodge the first hit and then move away, right? Oh no, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. I just had enough health to survive. Nice. Alright. That all good? All good. Awesome. So now I just need to bring this cart over here, and then we're gonna take the loot from that and go back over there. Ah, yeah, that's a good point. I bet there's a whole bunch of crazy PvP stuff. I talked to the Arena World people a little bit, and then they were like fighting in front of me. And I was like, dang. There's a whole world of Valheim PvP, I don't know. Because like in Valheim PvP, the combos and like different weapon types and all that stuff matters in a way that like almost is completely irrelevant in normal Valheim gameplay. I guess that's pretty typical in video games where like fighting players is a different meta than fighting people. You know what I mean? But we've already gotten most of our loot here, so I should just be able to take out my faves, my favorite stuff. And everything else I'll just leave here and it'll get banished forever. I was actually thinking of making some kind of cart yeeter. So like you have a cart, it's up in the burial chamber, you fill it up with loot, and then it like gets tossed out of the sky and back onto the ground. Or I don't know. I didn't end up doing it. What I am more interested in, to be honest, is the automatically populating graveyard mausoleum. That's probably going to be the next big project I work on, after I make sure that the Wandering Diverger are working properly. But basically on Palm, you can die, right? And I'm trying to make this graveyard that automatically makes itself, and the more you die, the more fancy your grave in the graveyard becomes. Until you die so much that it becomes like a pharaoh's tomb. Not like that intense, but that's the basic gist of the idea. Let's see, I don't think I care much about most of this stuff. I guess I can sell these. Yeah, I'll just leave everything else for now. This looks solid. Wait, was that silver or tin? Silver! Oh! Maybe I should keep it. There we go. Okay, so now I'm good to actually take this stuff and head back to the base. And then I can summon a Diverger and start processing a little bit, because there's this special spot for the carve to go to, and then there's a conveyor belt to unload all of the stuff from the carve. Hilly says, ah, yeah, very popular. In this case, it's Elden Ring, where the metas are super far away from each other. Ah, that makes sense, right? So, Dark Souls in general, those games, they have... Yeah, I remember they had PvP modes, because you could get invaded by, like, fake PvP players. They weren't like actual, they were dark spirits, but they were computers, right? Then you could also get invaded by, like, actual enemies that were people, if you had that mode on or whatever it was. I remember that. I've always been like, I don't know. PvP is okay, but the question of actually implementing PvP in a video game in a way that's fair can be very challenging to answer. Like, at least in a lot of games, people talk about fairness in PvP, but a lot of what actually happens is very unfair. It's like often in games, there's a lot of like one big group systemically pitting themselves against what they know are like smaller groups that struggle more. You know what I mean? I remember that was a big thing in World of Warcraft. Like, you could just make a pug, but then it would be really bad and they would get ganked by these organized guilds. Oh no, you destroyed the table! That little bastard. Yeah, as you can see, the Diverger have a little bit of personality here, so that is a Diverger fishmonger. And the Diverger fishmonger needs a table so that you can buy his fish. And if you destroy his table, or his table gets destroyed, he goes, no, why did that happen? Why did you do that to my table? So that's why he did that. It's purely just for the sake of it. Just for kicks. I call that kind of stuff flavor. Flavor is something that influences the feel of the game, but might not necessarily serve a mechanical purpose. So now I have to figure out what I want to do here, because I had those cargo crates, but as you saw earlier, they got completely tipped in that rainstorm. So, do I want to use cargo crates again? I mean, of course I am. I'm just going to risk it all and do it that way. But, we'll see. I'll be slower. But for now, I need to actually move this around a little bit better. And now I'm going to take all this stuff over to the Plains Castle. But before then, I need to kind of load this boat up a little bit. And I'm going to make it closer so that I can actually get those cargo crates to go into the ship. Should be able to just go right up, just like... yeah, just like that. Alright. Now we're gonna make a little bridge, not a bridge, a little, let's call it a platform, I don't know what to call it. Now to make a strong cargo crate in Path of Magic, you take the wooden 1x1 floor and you build 10 of them on top of each other, okay? There you go. And then that will spawn a strong cargo crate. The strong cargo crate has more space and also a lot more health. So they're not invincible, but you don't have to worry about like a couple troll swipes destroying them, right? So in this case, I definitely need Surtling cores. They're very, very important. The rest of the stuff is less important. So generally you should put the most important stuff in the hold of the ship because it's very safe. It's probably going to survive. And then the rest of the stuff should go into the hull of the ship. Or sorry, into the cargo crates. These are the things that can actually get destroyed, basically. And it's not the end of the world, right? So we're just going to do something like this for now. I'm going to sell this stuff. These are all sort of... actually, these barrel things are really important. I should keep those in the important spot here. There we go. Good, good. Alright. We're going to go back over here for a bit. Ah, yeah, that's a good idea. To have the whole cart. So I've actually tried that with the carve in the past. I never had any luck making a cart reasonably work inside a carve. So I use the cargo crates now just because it is... I know earlier it makes it look like it was really inefficient, but that's actually the first time that happens so badly. Most of the time, I get the cargo crates across, and I only lose it if it rains. So as soon as it rains, you basically have to make sure you're near the coast, because the waves are at their most intense when you're in the ocean and not near the coast. So for now, though, we're gonna sell a little bit of stuff here. And let's see, what should I do? I guess I can just go. I don't think there's a whole lot of other stuff. I could grab a little bit of food. Let's see how much food. I don't want to take the rest of it. But if there is a plentiful amount of anything. Oh yeah, those onion soups. That's right. Make some extra onion soup and then take it. I have to manually click each one because I got rid of my, I usually use like a mod that lets you go like, I want to make 20 onion soup. But sometimes I get like UI issues when I use those for some reason. Nothing too fancy here. Looks like there's tons of sausages material. So we're gonna make a bunch of these. Just make like 3 stacks of sausages should be fine. I love sausages. There's something about like, I know that it doesn't make complete sense that all the other foods are just 1 at a time, or, you know, maybe 2, and then the sausages are 4. But that alone makes them so special that they genuinely feel like they're more useful, you know what I mean? Whoa, you can shift click and determine how many things you're gonna make? I gotta try that. That's really cool. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does 5 instead. Whoa, that is super cool. I love it. Oh, and it even does it pretty fast. Whoa, that's crazy. Hello, Eve Gaming. Welcome, welcome. I just discovered that you can hold shift and make more of something in Valheim without any mods. I did not know that. Dude, that feels nice. I like the way they handled that, actually. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be too crazy. Even just 5. I mean, this feels great. Because it makes it take just a little bit longer. But it's actually even faster. Yeah, I mean, I can make a bunch of food this way. That's awesome. Wow, that update. I'm not surprised that was part of wow. I'm not surprised that that was part of the Bogwitch update, because the Bogwitch update, honestly, for me, it's my favorite update. They did a really good job of adding a lot of different ways to do things and manage stuff. Like, it's really impressive, to be honest. They added so many different buffs and different potions. And they added more item sinks, because to make the big potions, you need to buy the stuff from the lady. In general, I just think it's good stuff. And I'm really digging this whole make 5. I'm getting a little carried away now. You see, that's all it took, just doing that, and suddenly I wanna cook a bunch. Funny. So I guess I'll look through here real quick, because a lot of this stuff hasn't really been getting used that much. So let's see if there's anything in particular that I'll need in the other base. I'll see it. Yeah, if I see it, I'll know. Yeah, this base is pretty loaded, to be honest. There's a decent amount of material here. Ah, I remember. I needed one of these. Hey! Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I also need some fine wood. And some normal wood. Probably take a cartload of wood, actually. Why not? There's loads of it here. I keep buying more and more of it, to be honest. Oh, that's a good point, Pan. Pan says that playing on one resource, 1x or normal vanilla world modifier, that the feasts are huge material savers. Yeah, I haven't even gotten into the feasts, to be honest. I just find them when other players build them. But like, there's been so many different things that it's hard for me to wrap my head around. So I still often just use like normal food. At some point I'll figure it out. And Jake says, if I make 100 water potions, can I swim the ocean? I don't actually know. I think that potion's kind of... Isn't that the sort of boring one that just allows you to... Like... One of them, if I remember right, just like increases your swim speed or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it does, but... alright. Now this is the one that has the rest of the stuff in it. So... Here's where we figure out what I'm gonna actually do. Let's make a couple more of these crates here. I'll make 2 to start off. Alright, we have our 2 crates here. And this one we're gonna load up with food. Which is not really ideal, actually. To be honest, the crates... Yeah, the crates should always have heavy stuff in them because your character can carry loads of food. So generally it's better to put the heavy stuff in the crates. But for now, I'm gonna go over here. Alright. I needed to clear up more space so that I could then put all the heavy stuff in. So let's find all of our most important stuff first. And then everything else is just gonna be extra that we're taking to the base. So I definitely need the Surdling cores, and then all this food, freeze glands, that's good stuff. So now let's see how much more of this can we fit in the hull. I think it's almost full, but not quite. Here we go, we got some stuff that doesn't need to be there, like the rocks. Well, mushrooms are important though. Dandelions. Definitely don't need a bunch of dandelions there for no reason. Don't need this. The tin's kind of nice, though. Probably going to keep that. I feel like I always need more tin. But there we go. This is more what we're looking at. Now it's actually full of the stuff we wanted. Don't really need these. That doesn't need to be there either. And we can add more of these and more of these. Okay, so now even if, gosh forbid, something happens and we don't make it back, it's probably going to be alright. Now we can start filling this up here. But now I'm just going to do it kind of randomly. I'm just going to put these other crates in, and then I'm going to hope for the best. Whoa, you can swim. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. You don't need the swimming potions, because you can swim across the ocean using stamina potions. I think especially because as long as you're not drowning and you don't run out of stamina, you can just wait for the stamina... the stamina cooldown to happen, and then you can just keep reusing them over and over again, as long as you never let yourself run out of stamina completely. That's my understanding, at least. I don't know if that's how it fully works, but now we're just going to take all of this nonsense, and I'm just going to take all of it, even though some of it's trash. Because in theory, in the base that we're going to, we've set it up so that I can just really easily toss a bunch of the loot into one place, and then it'll get processed into the rest of the base. But we'll see. I still gotta make it back there, you know, and who knows what kind of mischief we could get into on the way. I mean, things don't always go according to plan, do they? But so far, I think I paid my dying cost. I died a bunch of times earlier. And, because I did that, I don't have to do it anymore, right? That's my, my reasoning for the moment. But here we go. Let's get this going a little bit better here. Now, we need it to go right up against this spot right there. What is going on here? Ah, I see. Oh, no. Too much. Hold out. Okay. Ah, I see what I did. I had the boat going the other direction at first. Thoroughly confused me, to be honest. Now we just want it to be very close so that I can get those pieces, or those cargo crates, up onto the ship. Oh, I know what'll be easier, actually. Instead of being risky like this, I'll just be smart. And I will build a little platform. Now we can do it, and it'll definitely work. I did notice earlier, though, how it looks like you have to pay a little bit of attention to the weight, because the boat was like... Yeah, it tilted like perfectly earlier. That was kind of intense. Like, it's like it was trying to meme me. Because it didn't just like fling one of the carts out, or one of the crates out of the boat. It equally plopped all of them. You know what I mean? Like, that was intense. Oh, played me. Alright. Well, I guess the easiest way to handle that is to just do it this way. Yeah, there we go. So now I just take all this stuff and I put it in this one. And that's how we handled that. Now I want to make sure that I don't have too much of the heavy stuff with me. Make sure that, there we go, boom, boom, 353. Yeah, that's fine, because I got the belt. Alright, everything's good. Alright, so how's this wind situation? That looks ideal, actually. I guess, okay, now's our chance. We gotta go. We gotta just take our chance while we have it. Now, hopefully I don't spill these carts. And as long as I'm careful and I don't get into a rainstorm, probably it'll be okay. I just have to make sure I use speed 2 and not speed 3. Speed 2 is more manageable. And you can see the wind force in the boat is so strong that it actually tilts the boat sideways, right? So if you take the wind at the right angle with full force, it'll literally just tip the boat and dump out the cargo crates, which is exactly what I did earlier when I was testing. And this time though, these actually have resources in them, so I would prefer not to lose them. Although really, as long as we get back with the cargo crates, or as long as we get back with the Surdling cores, that's the main thing that really matters. These definitely look like lag trees right there. Lag tree grove, huh? So we're gonna sail all the way back to our little plains base area. And then I get to test the features, because I've been working on making the base able to process deliveries, right? So we're gonna go through and then dump all of our delivery there, and it should be able to process up into the base without me having to do a bunch of tedious back and forthness. At least that's the idea. We will see at the end of the day what actually ends up happening. For now though, I'm feeling relatively optimistic. Now, here's the moment of truth though, because you see, I'm about to go out. I need to cross this area of ocean here, right? And this is gonna really toss around these crates. So if I have the wind too far to the side, it's actually gonna toss the crates off. And I know this seems very gimmicky, but for me personally, I actually really enjoy this. I find that it adds like a level of depth to like transporting goods. Because like it may seem that they randomly just jump out of the boat, but that's only on multiplayer. When you're actually playing on single player, it's usually based on the wave height and the speed of the ship. So you can actually prevent it from happening most of the time. And because of the mechanic of being able to make these strong cargo crates that don't take, they have a lot more health than normal cargo crates, they work much better for this because, like, this boat is a quest boat, so it's hard to destroy it. But even if it was a normal boat, you could use the strong cargo crates, and then a bone wall could blow your boat up, and then the strong cargo crates would actually survive the explosions, even though the original ones wouldn't. So they're quite useful. You can also fit them in long ships and everything. But I like doing it this way because this ship is super fast, and I really enjoy it, to be honest. It's like really fun. I have so much fun with this tiny little boat that I basically don't even care about trying to get the other boats. Even though I know they're really useful. But like this one, for example, right now, I haven't even used the third speed. It's almost like you shouldn't use the third speed. Like, don't do it. I'm telling you, just stick with speeds 1 and speeds 2. Uh-oh. And you want to be like facing into the wave when it comes, because that means that you won't like tip over as much, lose the cargo. And these are the little nuances, you know? Like, I mean, I think that's how ocean-going vessels work. They make sure that they don't get hit on the bow, or the stern, or whatever it is, the side of the ship. And they try and make sure that they take the wave going, like, directly into it. I think. Or I just made that up. Uh-oh. We got some drama. Some hen drama. It sounds like little roosters making a fuss. Oh, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Oh, there we go. Lost a crate. See, so I did that one. That was all my fault. I turned too quickly, and I lost it, basically. But you can see how as long as you sail, like, more predictably and straight, you can actually keep the crates in. But then we end up getting to the same situation where, like, the boat without motor, the boat is very much still at the mercy of the wind. Very much so. I think I can actually get the motor buff. I don't remember how. It's like tossing maybe serpent scales. If you toss, what, like 25? Oh, wow, okay. The palm gods have spoken. Wow, that was unusually well timed. Honestly, sometimes my general feeling with the wind is that the wind tends to come from where you're going. It in general can be relied upon to be where you are not. It's often the opposite of where I want it to be. Also, it was very cool seeing that some other people have added to the bases. Someone made a little cart shelter. Was that you, Pam? I know you were at that base recently, so maybe that was you. But I went to a couple different bases, and they all had a little thing added that was different, which I love. That makes me happy. Oh, look at this. I can't believe we made it back. I only lost one cargo crate, and I didn't look at which one, so I found that to be better. So sound. This is not a normal ship, just so you know. This is a quest boat in Path of Magic. It's like a special kind of tune that sails very fast. So, it's like so fast that it can easily crash, as you've seen. But that's why it is this fast. It's not a normal thing. It's unique to Path of Magic. And so now what we're going to do is we go up to this receiving spot here, right? And then just right through here, I should be able to park the boat. Basically right here. And then I can get back on the boat. And now I can just sort of toss everything off the boat onto this area down here. As long as it's not a sellable item, right? Oh, I just YOLO'd all of that food, so he ate all of it. Ah, that little devil. And I sold the tunic. Okay. So yeah, I did a couple things wrong here. And now there's this this foreman here who's gonna buy all of the things I have in full stacks that he can buy. But that's okay, because barely any of it is like that. I just have to be careful with the circling cores, pretty much. So let's toss the rest of the stuff down here. And the idea, remember, is that it's pretty minimal. Like, you don't need to do a whole bunch of different things. Now, we already have a problem, because if I have a full stack of something, then the diverger will, like, make an offer for it, right? So I'm just going to bypass that by throwing down smaller stacks when I need to. Oh, no, but he eats all the stamina food. Okay, he steals it from me. A little rascal. Alright. So now we can just keep doing this. And then, in theory, I can just go upstairs and turn in the two... or press a button, pretty much. And then after that, it'll work. It'll just slowly all convey up to my current... or to the deeper part of the base. And we'll see, because if it actually works, that definitely beats organizing everything, from my perspective. But we'll see how it works with... keep feeding him all of the stamina food. Actually pretty funny. Alright, there we go. Now I can't throw the whole pile, because he'll try and sell it. Instead, I can throw less than full piles. Oh, it looks like actually, yeah, I'm far enough away that it doesn't activate the sale from over here. That works out. Car, boom. Yeah, so now, it's the bone maw meat. That's what's super heavy. That's alright, I don't really care about that right now. Everything else is going to be gone up there. So I just need to take 20 Surtling cores, and then everything else should be fine, to be honest. So now we can go back up here. And I made this convenient little log ramp. Apparently that's the easiest way to get up paths. Here we go. Ice creams and beer. What food? Yeah. Yeah, right, exactly. The food I all ate. Okay, so now I can turn in this. And then boom! There we go. And now I can turn on the conveyor, which will then start loading all of that stuff from earlier up this entire platform. And then all the way over there. In theory, it looks like there's a workbench in a bad spot, so I'm gonna try and work on that for a moment. Where do I get onto it? Here we go. There we go. That's probably for the best. Okay. There we go. Now I just need to get back up. I didn't make a way to get in. Ah, here we go. Yeah, go out here, go out there. Awesome. Yeah, so the stuff's gonna, in theory, come out here, but I put the diverger in kind of a weird spot, so I don't know how it's gonna handle that little area right there, but we'll see. And the idea is that while all of that nonsense is happening, I can just hang out in the base, you know, relax, chill out, forget to set my spawn, you know, that kind of stuff. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna forget to set my spawn, I'm gonna set it. Unless I got killed by my own ghost on the way there. And honestly, the conveyors, the main thing they're helpful for is the heavy stuff. And the metal, because they can make it so it all, like, gets smelted and everything, right? But if they're too long, it gets too laggy. So it's all about, like, finding the limits and doing that kind of thing. And I've been working on that. This is actually the next revision, because there's this secondary conveyor system here. And then there's another conveyor system over there. And this first conveyor system just brings stuff up right here. And then the second one is over there and actually goes up and gets it smelted. But we'll see. Let's take a gander It's probably going to take a while, to be honest, because of how many items are there. Ah, that's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's so hilarious, just watching that happen. Look at the physics of the Surdling core just rolling down the hill. Oh, I love it. That's really hilarious. So I guess at some point, yeah, they'll get far enough up that little ramp that they'll start just like showing up right here. But probably I'll redo this so that it just drops them down. Because right now they're like turning. That's not really necessary, is it? So you know what I need? I need my pickaxe, and I have no idea where I put it. Guess it could be... Maybe it's in the boat? Oh no, it would be at the top, right? No pickaxe there. Somehow I only broke one. Yeah, that's fine. I know what I'll do. I will do something dastardly and just make a bronze one. Oh, if I can find it. Bronze pickaxe. Oh no, apparently I can't make it. Do I not have core wood close by? Oh no, I probably just don't have enough bronze. Yeah, I do need to eat, it's true. Hey, there it is! Look, 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 look! It's begun! That tiny little bit, right? It's so funny. So here's what I want to do. I want to get rid of that. And also get rid of that part. Yeah, I think it'll work better this way. There we go. So now it should just like go up there and then dump down and pull down. That's so funny. Oh, I love it. It's hilarious. But I really want that pickaxe. I guess I could just grab a hoe too. Yeah, let's do that. Bum 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 bum. I'm just so amused by this, like, that I find it hilarious. I can't believe it actually worked. I was expecting it to get clogged, but it's like pushing all the stuff up there. That's so funny. Let's see, how's it looking? Yeah, so like, things can fall, right? So I need to like, put stuff in certain spots. But I mean, for the most part, that is pretty hilarious. Like, that definitely... I mean, here's the pile of stuff, right? Look at all of it. It's so funny. I love it. Absolutely love it. Alright, I guess I can start just by... Just make some kind of basic chest to put things in for now. But in the future, I can advance this even further. Yeah, we're gonna put everything here inside of a little cart. Not a cart, a little box here. Oh my gosh, it worked so much better. That's funny. So I actually already tried this earlier and it didn't work as well, but I had made a bunch of frame and like apparently the frame wood had blocked the conveyor and was making the items get stuck. So this time it's actually just working how it's supposed to, which is really cool. You see, that's the gist of it. You just load the boat up, bring it in, and then you can have all the stuff come right up here, and then turn the belt off when you're done. Obviously, it still needs some more work, but we can see it's going to dump the items there, and then we take them off to wherever we need to go. I think it's super, super cool. Super, super cool. And in the same way, if we go up here, for example... Oh, this is too far away, so it's constantly on. That is interesting. Well, if we do go up here, we can find that there is actually some ore. Alright, we have some scraps there. Oh no, I already put everything in to smelt. That's right. So I only have black metal scraps for the moment. So that means I can convert them actually. Let's do that real quick. We're gonna take these black metal scraps, more of them. We're gonna take all these scraps and we're gonna convert them into iron scraps. Jake says, anyone know the toggle button for Azu crafty boxes? It is P. I think. P. Yeah, there you go. See? Prevent pulling. On, off. Prevent pulling. On, off. You can see it in the top right every time I press P in orange. And then I wish I could lower epic loot drop rate. So you can actually in the config for epic loot. I believe that is where you go to adjust the drop rate. You should be able to do it there. So here we are. I just traded this diverger, black metal, for iron. The diverger on Palm will give you half iron in return for the black metal that you give them. So if you give them 90 black metal, you'll get 45 iron. It's just a way to deal with the fact that black metal is very abundant in Valheim. Well, in vanilla Valheim, that's kind of changed in Palm. So what we want is to just transfer these up here. There's actually, it looks like there's a couple holes in the logic that I need to deal with for the conveyors. For example, this one is too far away from the first one, but like is just constantly on anyway. You see? So even though the first one is off, turning the first one on and off made this one get stuck on. So that is a thing. That's alright, it is what it is. Basically what happens is I raid goblins, fight with goblin out here, bring the loot down the path in these carts. Hey, we got more stuff here, right? Let's take all this for example. All these scraps here. And then we can take these scraps in. And then just toss them on the smelting conveyor. There's the boat conveyor, that first one over there. And then here's the smelting conveyor, right? Where we can just toss any kind of metal and coal. And then it's going to go up here. And then it's going to automatically get loaded into these smelters. And then from that point, the stuff's all going to fall down into the center of the room right here. And that's kind of one of the themes of the base. It's still, obviously, it needs a lot of work. But the base mechanics of it are there. We have castle-themed elements. We have the receiving dock, where the very fast boat can go off on a quick adventure, find something, bring it back here, and then process it. I need to do a little bit of work on this. I'm going to make it look like a tower, and probably something the player can run up themselves, right? But that's all something I'll do. I'll work a little bit off stream, so that next time there's more stuff to do. I think these streams are better when I play in between each stream and kind of build up, do some more tedious tasks, and figure out what the more fun stuff that can be done is. And that's actually it for now. This has been quite a stream. I did it for 5.5 hours. That is crazy. So mostly I wanted to test the new internet and see how it works, and it looks like, yeah, it's good enough. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's definitely better than what I was able to do before. Like the fact that I was able to do this stream without it getting completely disconnected and blocking me is crazy. So that's wonderful. If you're interested in playing on a public Valheim server, well, check out Path of Magic. It has so many changes that I can't even begin to try and describe them to you. All I can say is, imagine Valheim, except more like Dark Souls, with more of an emphasis on building. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's like if you like Dark Souls, but you also like building in Valheim, you'll probably love Path of Magic. If you only like Dark Souls and combat, but you don't like building, I don't know if you're gonna like Path of Magic as much. But to be honest, I think it's worth giving it a shot. You can join on any character, an old character, a new character, whatever feels most comfortable. I think the best experience is had by making a new character, but the server's set up to accommodate old characters. So if you want to just, test the water a little bit, you can join on an old character that you've already progressed on and just explore the path. See how far down it you can get. See how you feel. And if you feel interested, consider making a new character or just finding a place in the world to build on your old character. There's a lot of places further on the path that need more love and need more other things to do. Oh, and Pan says, why? Building isn't forced. Yeah, but like, you forget, Pan, like you've built bases, right? So is Baliog. So is Teen. So is Star. And if you look at every single long-term player on the server, they've all built bases. Keep in mind that there are actually Valheim players who do not build bases. I know it's hard to imagine, but there's actually quite a lot of them. They build the absolute minimum for something, and if something's already available, they're just going to use that. For them, it's all about the progression and the fighting. And those kind of player types tend to not enjoy Path of Magic as much, because Path of Magic has so many different changes to the mechanical combat. I think that it makes it a bit more of an abrasive experience to them. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's not like you have to be a builder. I'm just saying that I've noticed that the players that seem to keep coming back to Palm, they often, like, do build something. Like, you're interested in building a base. I know that it may seem silly, but that isn't actually most players. So I'm not saying that people have to build. I'm saying that I've observed that the people who play on Palm and come back and seem to enjoy it are people who like to build. That's all. It's not forced, yes, that's true. There are communal bases, everything's like this. Theoretically, there's nothing stopping a person who just likes fighting an adventure from joining Path of Magic and playing it. I'm just saying that I haven't seen that happen yet. I've seen people who play and keep coming back, and for the most part, as far as I know, they all eventually make bases. Or they work on bases. Or they make one base. So, almost all the people who actually play build. That's all I'm saying. Just saying that's something I've noticed about the people who enjoy it. Not that you have to do it to enjoy it. Just to be clear. But yeah, come check Palm out. It's free to play. Everyone who wants to can just join. Pretty much my rule is you can do what you want as long as you're not getting in the way of someone else. You can use like quality of life mods and these things. I don't mind. I don't use a mod pack to enforce anything. The only thing I recommend is that you use the mods Better Networking and also Dungeon Splitter when you play on Path of Magic, just for your own experience. And Pan says, great server both for fighting and building. Yes. And I guess that's the point. Pan was just pointing out that you don't have to just be a builder, because obviously a lot of people don't identify as builders. So I mean, you're certainly right in that way. And there is a lot of fighting stuff and different mechanics, and if you like all that, yeah, I mean, Palm has a lot to offer, right? And Teen says, I presume your internet is up and running. Yes, it is. I was able to do this whole stream, which is crazy. I can't believe I was streaming for 5.5 hours, but I guess that happened. I didn't do it yesterday, so I'm just gonna say I fused them together. Alright everybody, if you want to support my work, then consider renting your own dedicated Valheim server, and you can do all sorts of this stuff. I actually also made Palm publicly available, so technically you could just get a server or even do it on single player without a server and try it that way if you wanted to. That would give you more control over it because you could adjust anything. It would be your own world. You can all get that for free in the Valheim World Editing Discord if you're interested. Alternatively, if you want to support me doing development, then you can do like Teens and Pan and Jerry and all the others. These 4 individuals have been supporting me through Patreon, and if you're interested in doing that after you've been playing on the server and you like it and you feel inspired, then go ahead. It's very, very motivating. These are just other ways that you can support my work if you should choose to. Otherwise, you can just watch videos on YouTube about Valheim. Anytime you like Valheim content or share it with people or even just talk about it, it does good things for everybody who's interested in Valheim. So thanks for that. And I hope that you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye.